Okay. I might not be muted anymore. That was a goof. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Sour. 4 hours is until the announcement. 4 hours. I will be streaming until then, and I will stream through the announcement. And depending on when we get the patch notes, sometimes they delay the patch notes like hours after the announcement. If we get the patch notes like very quickly after the stream, I will like stream myself reading the patch notes too. So we got a longer stream today. But good morning, everybody, or good evening wherever you are. Happy announcement day. Today we're getting the reveal of the, I believe it's the expansion is called Rise of the Druids, and the league is called something of the Vow. So it's like we're getting an expansion and a league, which is hype. So yeah, I will be practicing Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. I will be practicing it a lot leading up to the patch. Even if I end up league starting Thorns, it's really hard to league start practice Thorns, especially with like playing it with shapeshifts. If I was to league start Thorns, I'd be playing it with shapeshifts. But it's also possible, based on the patch notes, I do not league start Thorns. I may not actually play Thorns for my first character if we don't get significant changes. Yep, today we get the teasers, Giant's Bane. Today we get the teasers. Or we get the, it's not teasers, it's like the full reveal. Well, I guess it's kind of teasers, because it's teasing what we're going to be playing on launch. But yeah, today's the full reveal. There's been leaks out there. I've seen some of the leaks, so if you're leak spoiling, I won't talk about them. But there are been leaks out there. But yeah, we're going to get the trailer, we're going to get the whole, you know, big hour-long reveal. We're going to get the Ziggy D Q&A and patch notes today. So today's going to be awesome. Go ahead and migrate all, and then delete.
Every life has a price. Stop him! Take down the degenerate!
Excuse me. Can fix my sound. Yep, that's what I'm pretty much doing, is just playing old builds, seeing how I feel about them, getting warmed up on them going in the patch. I am not 100% sure I will be league starting Druid. We'll see though. Yeah, I was watching, I'll have to watch The Guy That Dies speedrun, Sour, because that sounds insanely fast. I was watching Cyclone Definitive last night. He's a really cool creator that I'm friends with. He's league starting a Poison Pathfinder build, but he did a speedrun of a...
It's been many years since I saw one of these little beauties.
Of a crossbow character. I'm also just hoping, though, that the crossbow meta is shaken up a bit. I'm just hoping... I don't necessarily care if we get grenade nerfs, but I'm hoping we get buffs to some of the ammo types in campaign, so it's easier to level with ammo skills. I have to see what the ascendancies are for Druid, right? Pretty much everyone believes that the shapeshifts aren't going to be tied to the Druid itself, so anyone will be able to shapeshift. So if you wanted to play like a Bear Thorns, you could do that on Titan, right? I need to see what the actual Druid ascendancies give before I have any idea on
Kindness will get you killed in times like these, old man.
what I'm playing. ascendancy-wise. Because I I play mostly melee builds, unless I play my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter for launch, which I'd play on my Witch Hunter. But if I was to play a shapeshift build, I'd be playing, like, obviously melee. And Titan seems really good for that. That was a really bad grenade. There's a layout I'm not used to. I was running down here to find the chest that has the extra skill gem, and I just stumbled upon her. There's the chest. Hollow Palm Monk Bear. I mean, yeah, it also just depends on like what you can do in the shapeshifts. I believe people assume you have to either be unarmed or using a talisman to use shapeshifts right now, so Hollow Palm shapeshifts definitely could be a thing. We'll have to see. Cemetery zone reset trick? I don't even know what you're talking about. I'll have to look into it. Oops, did I just get Sprint Stun? No, I didn't. I know there's some weird reset tricks. Like, I've seen a reset trick for this zone where they'll, like, reset, and then they'll spawn at the witch's hut. I don't know how they do that one. I need to look up all those reset tricks. Because I saw Cyclone do the reset trick here where he, like, reset, and he was spawned right here. Good, I think that clipped me. I'm out of a flask. I hate her so much when she teleports out of grenades. Whew, extra energy shield is really cooking me on this fight. I'm gonna have to do her later. Am I dead? Might be dead. Okay, we're just gonna respawn at checkpoint, get a different version of her. That extra energy shield was really hard to kill. As you can see, she is way easier to kill now. Damn it. She always blinks out of the grenades. That's why it's better to just bullet shoot her, in my opinion. That was not fast. Okay. We want multi-shot. Yeah, I'll need to check out his speed run though. Basically, you enter the mausoleum, that sets the tomb to level 9, then you run the tomb. Interesting. I'll go ahead and grab this. I'll need to look up a guy that dies. Post that, post one of his runs or whatever thing you learn from, Sour. Post it to me in the Thorns Discord.
Fire in the hole!
I'm gonna watch it after the stream tonight. Because I feel like, it's like, I want to say, it really depends on the notes, right? If we get Thorns buffs, then, you know, it's going to be hard not to play Thorns Druid on launch, but I'd say there's a good chance I League start this build. Oops. Dead? Nope. Until you get short fuse, I hate leveling with grenades. That's why I'm also hoping that, one, I might be leveling with explosive shot just because I don't like grenades until we can swap to full bullet storm. Ooh, all these dead ends. Sheesh. I'm not used to this layout. But, you know, if we got significant Thorns buffs, then of course. Or if, like, the Druid has a Thorns Ascendancy, it's just like, well, I don't have a choice. Ooh. I keep forgetting the Contagion. Contagion is so helpful early on. Frostbomb and Contagion are both really helpful in Act 1. Didn't find the Waystone. That's fine. I love that kind of shit. That's the degen shit you live for. I keep forgetting that ED. ED is really helpful.
Should have expected a trap. Bag of bones.
Nice, already found 2 of these. Yep, slotting in Contagion just helps so much with the early leveling. Because grenades, like, they'll, like, get... You'll end up, like, sending out 3, and then there'll be, like, 10 mobs that are at, like, 10% life early on. Especially until you get, like, a better, crossbow. So just, like, the early Contagion jumps, they really help with the clear. So I spend my first skill gem that I can on... either Contagion or Explosive Grenades. You get the first 2 in like 10 seconds, so... because you get the second one from that chest right outside Clearfell. So... I just snag these 2 at the start. At some point, I get Frostbomb. You need a little bit of intellect for it, because Frostbomb will help with the Act 1 bosses a little bit. But I stop using Frostbomb and Contagion by the time I'm leaving... Act 1. So I'm usually playing full grenades going into Act 2 until I can run Explosive Shot. You should keep running grenades the whole campaign based off the current balance. But I've been swapping to Explosive Shot pretty early, or whenever you can get it, just because I don't like grenades. Explosive Shot's pretty good for leveling. It's really not until you get Nova projectiles that you can play armor-piercing rounds as your, like, main clear. I've tried many different times to make armor-piercing rounds clear with, like, chain and fork and ricochet and stuff, and, like... armor-piercing rounds depends on having a really good weapon. And if you're Giga nerfing your damage with, like, chain fork and stuff and not putting damage stuff into it, and you're not going to have a good weapon on League Start more than likely, it just isn't worth it, so... I think you're just going to be playing like a kind of run and gun explosive shot play style. I actually never got I usually try and... I'm on autopilot right now. I usually try and go into this fight with a better crossbow. So this is me actually showing the fight with like the base crossbow. I should have gone to Town and Vendored and tried to buy a better crossbow before this fight because it makes it so much faster. But I'm on autopilot right now. But yeah, usually you're going to swap to... what I'm imagining swapping to Bulletstorm at is in Act 4 after you get Async Trade, maybe Interlude Acts when you get Myris Uxor. Kited him away from the grenades. So this is me doing Rust King with like actually the worst crossbow you can have. I'm pretty sure this is still the gray starter crossbow. Yep. I don't know why I decided to do that to myself. Alright, we need a vendor. I don't know, Dragon, why they nerfed it. Yeah, always click the arms. All those racks will you'll eventually get your starter class shit.
What do we got? Take a look if you find a bunker. Sorry.
I don't know why I bought more. Saw I had plenty. No. Sure. No. Okay.
I will treasure it.
Boy,
Except for tonight, I am very excited. I cannot wait for the announcement. Ooh. I don't mind buying that for $217. Sure. Why not?
stick to the carrots.
Okay. Did I upgrade the... Oh, I never picked up all the loot off the ground. Yes, I am very excited for tonight, Dread. I am so hyped. I cannot wait for the patch notes. That's what I'm most excited for. We have the patch notes, and then in 2 days we're doing the podcast to go over the patch notes. So I'm just like super hyped. We get time to like think on it this time.
I would have. As am I.
Would have been a nice start as a quarterstaff user. Yeah, of course. You are going to be flash grenade. Yes. Okay. Finally a new class coming. Yeah, what's funny is I don't even know if I want to play Druid though. I'm more high. So for me, the class doesn't actually matter, as silly as that sounds. To me, it's the weapon and like all the new skills that the class brings. Like I might not have even played Druid, you know, because like the Ascendancy itself, like those don't matter. Like, you know, if the Ascendancies don't appeal to me, they don't appeal to me, right? But Talismans appeal to me. Shape-shifting appeals to me, that's for sure. I could see me like, so like there's a real possibility there's like a Bear Titan or a Bear Smith of Katava or something, you know, because I love warriors too much. It just really depends on what the Ascendancy gives. I don't know why I just cleared this. I needed to leave the zone. We're on a kind of autopilot thing. Have you seen the leak video of the Druid? I have. I'm trying not to talk about leaks too much because there's some people who are avoiding the leaks. But yes, I saw the leak trailer. It's like a 90-second. I saw a 90-second trailer that leaked from the Chinese announcement or whatever. And then I seen what they posted on Return of the Terrors. And I saw what the PoE DB post that had like what was like the footnotes for the announcement. So I saw that too. Which, I mean, it confirmed basically what everyone thought was coming, so. Except for the people who were huffing insane amounts of copium, expecting 8 classes, 3 league mechanics, you know. Some people were really wanting, like, Delve plus a Breach rework, plus... me was one of the people I was wanting Delve plus, and then all the new stuff. Yeah, I have no idea what the druid... Like, I'm actually, like, the one thing I'm, like, completely, like, unsure on is... Did I get... I did get Grim Tangle. I think I did. No, I didn't. I did not get Grim Tangle yet. The thing I'm completely unsure on is what the Ascendancy is going to look like. Because GGG has said things like they don't ever want an Ascendancy to be like... I believe they said this about minions. There's no bonus to minion stuff on any of the Ascendancies because they don't want there to be a minion Ascendancy. Because the moment you have something that's like, this Ascendancy gets this much, like, insane stuff for, like, minions, well, that means it's just always the default one for minions, right? So, I don't know if we're gonna get, like, an Ascendancy that just enables shapeshifting, because then that would just make every other Ascendancy kind of suck at shapeshifting. So I just genuinely do not have a clue of, like, what the Ascendancy is going to look like. I'm hoping we're getting a lot more area of effect from the Druid area, from the Druid Ascendancy, because they nerfed a lot of the area of effect you can get on the tree. I think it was going into 0.3 or 0.2. And, it would be cool if, like, Druid had more area effect. Hey, thanks, Academia. Appreciate you, man. I love the podcast, dude. I genuinely look forward to it so much every week. Yeah, it's a very easy outlet for, like, I don't know. Sometimes making content is overwhelming, because, like, you have to, like, make a script, you have to, like, plan, like, there's just so much work going into it, but, like, the podcast is, like, just how I can ramble about my passion about the game. Oh, I did find the Grim Tangle. I'm fucking dumb. I knew I found it earlier. I just couldn't see it on the map. I should have just ran for it, checked the waypoint. But yeah, I love the pod, man. Thanks, dude. Are you making a guide for Bulletstorm League Starter? I am, yes. Even if I do not League Start this, the reason I'm, like, practicing it right now is because I wanted to make a guide for it either way. So yes, I will be doing a League Start guide for this. Once we have the patch notes, it'll be easier to, it'll be easier to make the guide set up, but yeah. And even if I don't League Start this build, this will be my second character I play. So if I end up League Starting a Thorns Druid, or Thorns something, this will be very quickly my second character, but there's also a chance this is just my first character. I'm really hyped about this character. And there's no way it's getting nerfed. Yeah, I want to do it as, like, my League Starter as well, man. Like, this is my favorite build I've ever played, and, like, I would much rather be the Bulletstorm Witch Hunter guy than the Thorns guy, as silly as that sounds. I love Thorns, but, like, yeah, I had so much fun playing this build, and until Thorns gets, like, Thorns is, like, here's the best way I like to describe Thorns. Thorns is S tier for fun, but in terms of performance, it's like a C- build. It just has so many problems and frictions, and the game is not designed for Thorns. Like, this game has so many one-shots, and it's a build where you have to take damage to deal damage. So it's just like, there's always going to be that friction with Thorns that I don't know if will ever be overcome fully. Right, so, like, at best, Thorns may ever be, like, an A- build when it's fully min-maxed or something. I don't know. But I really did not, like, it was fun League starting Thorns once I was in the endgame, but the actual League start of Thorns in 0.3 for me was really rough. It was my first time League starting Thorns. I had always played other things for launch. And it's just, it's really slow to get online. Once it's online, it's a lot of fun. But then when it comes to endgame, it tapers off. Like, you can do some fights pretty easily, like Uber Arbiter, because there's many ways to one-shot them with his, like, Fire Nova Flower. But then there's just some endgame bosses that they don't have good attack patterns for Thorns. And I have no idea what the new fights are going to be in this patch. I have no idea, like, what defenses are going to look like, so there's a lot of question marks I have with Thorns. That's just like, if I really want to get a good endgame experience, I might not want to play Thorns as my League start, but as my second character. But that's in a world where we get no changes for thorns. So in a world we get no changes for thorns, so. If we get changes, that changes a lot. Oop, we got knocked down. Well, to me, I don't consider... Hey, Lachlan, how you doing? To me, I don't consider, like, bramble, the bramble spikes and caltrops as thorns. Those are hazard builds to me. That's a very... Like, they use thorns as a modifier to scale them, but they don't... You're not playing thorns. To me, it's like thorns, you gotta take damage to deal damage, right? That's thorns. So I don't really think Bramble Slam, I think is what the support gem was called. I don't consider that thorns. But again, who knows if Druid's coming with Thorn stuff. A lot of people say thematically Druid lines up with Thorns, so maybe GGG has a new Thorn skill they're adding, and then that baits me into playing Thorns on launch. Multi-shot and Flash Grenade. I don't remember how much Spirit I had Dragon on my endgame Thorns builds. I remember getting like well over 300 though, and you would get as much as you possibly could. Like one of the appeal of Infernalist Thorns was that you could get like 500-600 Spirit and just max as many Thorn skins as possible. The most Thorn skins I had was on a Tactician, but I don't remember what Spirit I was at. Tactician has reduced Spirit cost reservation, and I was using Matzia. Okay, let me read this technique Sour was telling me about. Basically, you enter the Mausoleum, that sets the tomb to level 9, then you run the tomb, and new instance the Mausoleum. I don't understand what that means at all. Basically, you enter the Mausoleum, that sets the tomb to level 9. What's the Mausoleum? I have to enter one and then leave it, and then go into the other, then leave it, and then go back into the first and reset? So there's two places, Mausoleum and Tomb. That's like with the two bosses, right? Mausoleum and Tomb, that's one with the lady and one with the guy. So I go into one, leave it, go into the other, leave it, go back to the first one, and then do respawn at checkpoint, and that'll guarantee good drops? That's so weird. I love speedrunners, dude. They're the goats, man. That's so weird if that's how that works. Alright, so there's Mausoleum. Let me just find the other one first and go ahead and find the ring too while I'm at it. Does my level matter at all for ensuring they're level 9? I don't understand what the code is that's like what's scaling the level. Like, is the game checking if you've entered multiple zones, and if you've entered the zone, it's like, okay, if he's done this zone and then is coming into this zone, that means he's probably progressed to this level, so it's like dynamically scaling it up? Is that what's happening? That sounds really weird. I don't understand the interaction. Yeah, they are tied together. Ooh, Iron Ring, big win. That is a very interesting interaction. Let's find the other one. Where am I going? Getting turned around. Yeah, of course. That's the Path of Exile way. It doesn't have to make sense. You just do what the better player tells you to do. And these guys are definitely the better players. That's for sure. Where is her tomb? Does it matter if it's Mausoleum first? Do you know if that has to be in that order, or if it just enter one, then enter the other, and then go back and reset? Since Abyss is gone, I'm trying to not clear Abyss. I probably should just be doing this on Standard League. Okay, so let's go into Mausoleum. Okay. Let me get the checkpoint. Okay. And then let's go into Tomb. Okay. Then we go back to Mausoleum. And then respawn at checkpoint. No, run Tomb? Oh, I have to run Tomb. Okay, okay, okay. Misunderstood. Misunderstood. Oh, yeah, Tomb. Okay, it is 9. Gotcha. Okay, I see what we're doing here. I see what we're doing here. This makes complete sense. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense now, like when you're doing it. It doesn't make sense why it's working this way. I mean, it makes sense when you think about the code, but I don't know if that was intended by GGG to be what people were doing. But I am about it. Does this give you anything? I don't even know if this is worth doing. Oh, you get to a rare. Oh, frozen. Am I gonna die? Nope.
Eat this!
Ooh. It's always danger rolling through Abyss. And if I miss your question, guys, feel free to re-ask it. I am obviously trying to practice leveling, but obviously today's an exciting day with the announcement coming, so you want to talk about the announcement, don't be afraid to just ask me stuff. I'm not taking this practice run super seriously, you know. I'm just playing to waste 4 hours of time right now. This isn't actually what's going to become my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter guide. Though I'm sure some people will watch the stream VOD and look at what I did. I really hope this is what this changes, by the way. The fact that I'm using Basic Shot. Basic Shot is just a really good single target early on for so many martial weapons. Oops, she got stunned out of that grenade. I'm really bad at watching that. I do that all the time, to be honest. Fill my stun bar as I'm throwing out explosive grenades and they get pushed out of it. There we go.
Don't see that every day.
I need to go clear my bags. Alright. Let's go here. Then we go into Mausoleum, and it's not level 9. Respawn at checkpoint. Level 9 now. It's not level 9. That didn't work. Maybe I messed it up by coming back early. I might have messed it up by coming back early. Instant reset? Oh, instant reset. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Oh, boom. Level 9. Yeah, okay. You can do both at 9 then. Easy peasy. I'm hyped for the reveal, guys.
I like to hold on to bits and pieces.
GGG always delivers. Do I want gold right now? I kind of want gold more. Should maybe take the regals. I kind of like gold early. No good runes. We got a whetstone though. Crappy crossbow. Okay. Any good gloves? 4 to 5 cold damage ain't bad. 300 gold though. No, I feel like we're fine on damage right now. Thanks, Sour. Yeah, I'll watch the speed runs later, because if I do end up playing the crossbow. And I definitely don't think Witch Hunter is like on the table for getting nerfs. If anything, Witch Hunter is like potentially going to get buffed. Which would be awesome. I don't think ammo skills are going to get nerfed. Maybe grenades are getting nerfed. Like, grenades are... There's a realistic chance of grenades getting tweaked. Maybe not in the early game, but for definitely late game. I don't honestly feel like grenades are too broken for the campaign. I think probably the problem is multi-shot is too good early on for grenades, but... I kind of like the pace that grenades goes at, but I would imagine a slight grenade tweak. Especially 8 game. But I don't think any of like... I honestly, I would be giga shocked if my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter was nerfed in any way. Outside of maybe Nova projectiles? When does it make sense to take Iron Reflexes? Iron Reflexes is what, down here, right? It makes sense to do it. I mean, that's a tough question. It really depends on your gear. It depends on how you're doing it too. Like if you're doing, you would take if you're doing the combination with Leatherbound Gauntlets on Thorns, right? So on Thorns players, you get high armor gloves, which gives you, with Leatherbound Gauntlets, will gives you 1 evasion rating per 1 armor on your equipped gloves. So that will give you like potentially 1,000 evasion or something just from that one piece, right? So it's usually when you have something like that set up. I usually don't take Iron Reflexes until I have the Leatherbound Gauntlets loop set up. Usually. So it would be a high armor piece gloves is usually when I would like... That would be like... If there was a checklist, that would be one of the first things I would be checking on that list. Like, obviously, you might get evasion from other pieces as well. Like, you can get evasion rating on rings. You can't get armor on rings, right? So sometimes when you're armor stacking with Iron Reflexes, you'll get 2 rings with evasion on both of them. You can get, like, 300 plus evasion on your ring. So, like, that would be the next thing in the checklist. Is like, okay, do you have evasion rating on... Do you have a high armor glove with Leatherbound Gauntlets? Check. Do you have evasion rating on your rings? Check. And then do you have like % increased evasion on your amulet? Maybe that's like lower on the checklist, but that'd be the things I'd be looking for, is just make sure you have enough of evasion conversion. But it's definitely like a later game thing. You're not doing that early on. And if you're playing like a hybrid armor ES build, like a tactician or a witch hunter using sorcery ward, it really just depends on how much evasion you have. But I would still probably not take it until you had high armor gloves. Rip, no move speed. Never lucky with the move speed boots in early game. Okay, respawn at checkpoint here. If you respawn at checkpoint here, you skip the whole dialogue. So it saves you a good amount of time. This is one of the few tricks I actually know. You actually save, his little speech is pretty long. Jesus. The auto-locking in this game is so whack sometimes. Do you think bleed and poison nodes will appear on the passage tree near the warrior with druid coming? Well, we already do kind of have a lot of bleed nodes in the warrior section. Like, this is like warrior mercenary hybrid, right? So we do have some good bleed nodes right here. You got the chance to hit bleed stuff here. That's really easy to skip as a warrior, scoop as a warrior. And then you have these nodes right here, which people overlook. You get a lot of % chance to inflict ailments. Chance to inflict ailments right here. So you can actually get a really high bleed or poison chance as a Titan just by scooping these nodes right here. Will we get more in this area? I mean, it's not unlikely. We already have bleed nodes up here in the witch area. I would poison, I don't know. Bleed, potentially. But there's already good ways to scale ailments in the warrior section right here. Like, you can get, with just these nodes as a Titan, you can get a really high poison or bleed chance. Just because of how Titan scaling works. Yeah. And then from nothings and stuff, yada, yada, yada. Exactly, Shimada. Exactly, yes. It's definitely like an late game, like, decision-making check type decision. Yep. I like the interludes. I think the interludes was a brilliant solution to them not having the finale ready. Oops, am I dead? We're fine. I think the interludes was a brilliant solution. I like the interludes. I haven't been practicing the interludes. My practice runs end at the end of Act 4 right now. Because the interludes are just pretty easy and chill. But I like the interludes. For sure. But yeah, I want more acts. But I think that's not coming this patch. They would not have put the work into making interludes if they weren't planning on keeping them around for a while, you know? Nope. It's a big crow thing. I'm really bad at vendor checking, by the way. I need to be vendor checking for crossbows more often. I've done it once. If you're playing Bleed Thorns is very good. Herald of Blood Thorns, when you're playing, like, Rake and stuff, like, it's solid. In 0.2, I had a really good Bleed, not really good, but it was like one of my better performing Thorns. Actually, it was my best performing Thorns build in 0.2. Was a Bleed Thorns Ritualist. Bleed Thorns is very good. I just didn't play it in 0.3 because I had just played it in 0.2. It's possible I'm playing Bleed Thorns on the Druid because Herald of Blood is one of the best ways to AoE clear with Thorns. I'm trying not to go in with too many expectations on the Druid if I played a Druid or a Thorn Shapeshift. The only thing I know is if I play Thorns on launch, it will be either Bear or Werewolf. I will be playing one of the Shapeshifts for Thorns. But if it doesn't look like that's going to be viable, then I won't play Thorns for launch, probably. Oh, I wanted to go vendor before I leveled up, so I could check the shops. Yeah, speedrunners don't check vendors often because they're good enough to clear the game with bad weapons. They're good at the game.
What have we got? What would you like?
Crap.
Deal. If you find a
I am not good at the game. I depend on a weapon. My hope is that I can make it to Act 4 and async trade without relying on trade. Because that's the one thing I hated about Thorns on League launch, is that you have the trade, like, constantly with the Whisper trade while you're leveling up. So, it just wasn't ideal. crap. I was supposed to use that level 3 skill gem. Oh, I still have more. Perfect. Never mind. I didn't mess up completely. I like getting Frost Bomb early on. It helps with the damage a bit. Okay. I'm pretty confident that, like, it just depends on defensives, right? But, like, if I were to have a dream scenario, right, I would be playing the Bear Thorns in weapon set 1, and I'd be playing, we'll come back to this after I get the next skill points, probably. I'd be playing Bear Thorns for, like, tanky moments, and then I'd be playing Werewolf Thorns for mobility and mapping in weapon set 2. Potentially on a Witch Hunter, but... so maybe I still end up league starting Witch Hunter Thorns, and then if it does not end up panning out, I league swap to the Bullet Storm. But yeah, to me, I would be playing Bear in weapon set 1, and then Werewolf in weapon set 2. Defensive layer, the first one I'm going to be looking at is Energy Shield Armor Hybrid. I'm really hoping Energy Shield Armor Hybrid gets some really big levels up this patch, because it's been in a bad state the whole time. This should be the Spirit Gem, yeah. See, look how fast just, like, Grenade just dominates rares, though. It's just... You don't get this level of single target or AoE clear with any of the ammo shots, so I'm really hoping we get ammo shot upgrades. I want... Let's start prepping my swap to explosive shot with my sport gems, because I don't really need to invest too much more in the grenades. We'll probably get one more multi-shot for poison grenade, but as soon as we can swap, to explosive shot, that's what I'm gonna be playing. I'm hoping that I'm not playing grenades for launch. Hey, what's up, Anrock? So what's funny is I am not excited for Druid. I am excited for the Druid's weapons and the Druid's skills. I don't know why, just I'm lukewarm on the Ascendancy at best. The Ascendancy, like, I don't know why, like, I have to see what it's giving me first. But the skills are cool. Yeah, I saw them too, I saw the leaks as well, Shimada. I'm trying not to talk about the leaks. Like, don't, like, spoil news for people in the chat, because I know there's some people that are avoiding leaks, but yes, I saw them as well, and... I mean, GGG Cooks, man. They know what they're doing. They are the best for the reason. What weapon are you thinking is coming for the Druid? It's all but confirmed Talismans are the Druid's weapon. And it, like, because we have, like, the data mining from PoEDB. It looks like the weapon is called Talismans, and, like, you have to have a Talisman equipped to, like, access, like, the Druid shapeshifts is what it looks like, based off the database. But of course, they're gonna come with their own, like, entire skill set. Like, I imagine, like, the skill tree for, I think it's Primal. Which is it? Yeah, it's Primal. So this is the Druid tree here, right? This is, like, gonna have, like, caster skills. It's gonna have summons. It's gonna have, like, lots of different stuff. Like, the Druid archetype is not, like, just shapeshifts. It's gonna have summons. We know it's gonna have summon wolves from, like, the video from 3 years ago. It's gonna have shapeshifts, like, and yeah. But that's, like, what the weapon archetype's bringing. You know, we don't know what the Ascendancy is giving us yet. I need to see the Ascendancy before I know if I'm playing Druid. Because I don't feel that level of FOMO for the Druid itself. I have a level of FOMO for the shapeshifts. Like, the shapeshifts are cool, but the expectation is anyone's going to be able to shapeshift. Not just Druids. Like, maybe one of the Druid Ascendancies, maybe one of the Druid Ascendancies has, like, a special form that only they have access to, but I seriously doubt it. The rumor has always been that animations were the biggest holdup for Druid, and if every Ascendancy can shapeshift, That is a big animation demand, so that is where my head is at on it. I believe it's going to be this way, right? No, wait, it's back up this way. Here, maybe. Yeah, skills and supports are your hype. Yeah, that's mine as well. Like, I'm looking at, like, I'm looking for the patch notes. I very well could League Start Druid, don't get me wrong, because I keep talking about how, for Thorns, I'm praying, like, there's stuff like this, right? Like, Adamant Recovery, increases and reductions to armor also apply to Energy Shield. Like, we've been trying to make Armor ES super viable for a while, and look how, like, again, we always talk about this, look how dense these areas are in passives. Like, you can, like, there's very little black, and then over here it's just black, 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 black. It's just like, who knows what defensive options we're getting here. And also what people might not have noticed is in the last build of the week they did for PoE 2, they showed the passive tree when they're showing off the Indigon build. And these passives right here were down here in that video. So we know the passive tree is getting definitely shit moved around on it. So, yeah. Hopefully this time we get the passive tree early. We did not get the passive tree early last time. But, you know, I really just want the patch notes. Is a Druid going to be what a Scion is in PoE 1? I don't know what Scion is in PoE 1. I forget how that ascendancy worked. I don't think so, though. It's definitely its own little class. Yeah, I mean, we have to see how the talismans work for sure. Nico, I mean, there's a lot of question marks there. Obviously, people were, like, excited about doing, like, bear form crossbow. But if you have to have a talisman equipped, you can't wear a crossbow or, like, anything like that while you're in bear form. So I feel like that's why they're two-handed, is it prevents you from doing stuff like that, you know? Crossbow bear form. Okay, let's go back to Freythorn, get our spirit. You think swords too? No. Swords will absolutely be its own class, or its own patch. I think we will get swords. I genuinely think we will get swords next. I genuinely think we're getting swords next, but it's not this patch. I think if I had to put money on it, I think swords are 0.5. There's a interview with Ziggy D where Jonathan Rogers says that it is criminal that swords aren't in the game yet, and they will 100% be in the game by launch. It was like he was responding it to like the end of a Druid question or something. I forget how exactly he phrased it, but he basically said that like swords are definitely coming before launch. If I were to guess, I would say 0.5. 0.5 we get the mercenary. Well, for forms, obviously, the one I talk about most is Porcupine Form. We need a Porcupine Form for Thorns.
Where is he? Found ya.
I mean, I imagine we're going to get a lot of different transformations over time, right? Like, there's no way we're just getting the ones we're getting with the launch, right? Like, we're just randomly going to get new transformations, because that's, like, always going to be a fun thing they can mess around with. Like, just from the developer standpoint, transformations are, like, infinite content for them. There's just so many different creatures and, like, shapeshift archetypes. Am I dead? Maybe. Nope. Grenades OP. I'm really bad at yapping while playing. I keep forgetting the contagion. Yeah, there's no way we're getting like a lot on launch. Like I saw if people were like predicting like 5 or 6 transformations. It's like, no. We're lucky if we get 2 or 3. But over time, you know. I'm sure they'll chip away and just add new ones. Should grenade first before eating. So you get short fuse. But by the time you have short fuse, you're not eating anymore. Oop. I'm dead here, I think. I'm dead for sure. I was sprinting. Yeah, I was sprinting. I got sprint stun there. First sprint stun death.
Fire in the hole!
The softcore life. We get up and go again. I'm used to playing my Witch Hunter from last night where I had the short fuse and like the instant detonation flame grenades are just so nice. It's very different.
Need more time. Need more mana. Arcane misery. All in a day's work.
Does that music sound like tape getting swallowed by a player? Or are you getting like weird audio? Let me refresh it. Sounds normal on my end, but maybe OBS is messing up my audio. Let me know if you guys still have bad audio sounds. Man, maybe my sound's just clipping. Do the in-game sounds sound weird? You haven't heard anything weird? Okay. My music sounds normal to me, but I have been having sound issues the last few times I've streamed. Haven't had that issue yet. Damn, don't tell me it was like right over here and I just like walked away from it too soon. Let me check down here. I'm really bad at layouts. That's like my biggest weakness right now is I gotta get better at the layouts. I think it's because don't like solo self-found and hardcore and trade have slightly different layouts too. Oh, it's like, so what I'm listening to is a lo-fi track of the PoE 2 music. It's just like, it was copyright-free music that was like PoE 2 themed and easy to loop, you know. Because I stream on YouTube as well, I multi-stream, so like if I do copyright music on YouTube, the whole live stream just gets taken down. I know there's a way you can set it up to where like Twitch will hear normal music and am I dead? Twitch will hear normal music and YouTube will hear like a different audio thing, but I haven't set that up before. Oh my god, where was this last one? Did I do all three and I'm just like brain off? I am on autopilot right now. I might have already cleared it. And just like full cleared this place for no reason. And because of like Amazon's music copyright stuff, like a lot of like, I think like Spotify and stuff are okay on Twitch. And it won't get copy struck. It's just a very different, like, it was literally just, like, right in this nook, by the way, that this, little one was. Yeah, it's, if you just, like, Google GGG tweeted out this music forever ago. It was someone made a lo-fi track of, like, 3 of the PoE 2 songs, and, it's like an hour-long loop, that I'm listening to. It is the PoE one. It is the music from this game. It's just someone remixed them. Oh, gotcha, Dester. Yeah, I have no idea how they do it. I know Dead Rabbit and Miso have something like it for it set up. I should probably just ask them. I'm not a full-time streamer, you know, so I'm really lazy with my setup, as you guys can probably tell. I don't have a lot of, like, commands and things. I haven't updated my emojis in, like, 3 years. I keep forgetting the Frost Bomb. Do it for the exposure. Just helps you with your boss single target early on. So yeah, when leveling grenades, I like to take this path. Get you the earlier cooldown, get you the 2 hand points. If you're going to continue leveling grenades, I think most people continue pathing up here to Grenadier, and then maybe get volatile grenades. I have been pathing this way and going for run and gun and spray and pray, because in Act 2 I start using explosive shot. But that's just because I don't want to play grenades forever, so... But yep, as you can see, grenades are really dumb single target. I don't even have a good crossbow. This crossbow is not good at all. And this boss is like so easy. Look at this crossbow. Just one mod simple crossbow. Here, we can upgrade it. Aw, Dex. Anything good from here? Nope. Ooh. Take the lightning damage, why not? Gonna take Wind Dancer. You could take Herald of Ash, but I just take Wind Dancer. I don't know what the normal people take. Yeah, I don't need to start prepping armor-piercing rounds, high-velocity rounds, and fragmentation rounds yet. Can I forward the... No. Okay, Dolphin. Okay, moving on. Because Emma on Twitch don't give a fuck? I mean, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. What time is it? When's the announcement? 2 hours or longer? Sorry, reading Discord PMs. Oh, okay, that was Sour linking me that. Sweet. Okay, back to leveling. So my biggest wish list for the campaign is, you know how in PoE 1 you have the vendors and they like have like just the currencies that you can Thorns again? I don't know yet. If Thorns doesn't get any buffs or quality of life improvements, I won't League start it. I'll play it again for sure. I'll definitely play it again next patch. But League start, if it needs significant buffs if I want to League start it again. Needs significant buffs. But yeah, I really want the currency vendors from PoE 1 added. Like, not being able to get early easy Regals or easy Artificers. Easy, not easy, but you know, you have to trade for them. Nice. Those are good gloves. Because to me, the biggest complaints, excuse me, I have about the campaign is just like not being able to get enough runes for your gear, you being starved on like regal orgs, but having like loads of like alks or something, or loads of like transmutes, and like in PoE 1 you can like currency exchange your way up, like mainly just like for skill gems too. Like sometimes you're just like you can't get support gems. Like look at all my skills, got 4 support gems. Kind of sucks. If I could get them from vendors, that'd be nice. That's my biggest wish list for the campaign.
No escape. Not this time.
Need more time.
Alright.
That one was for me.
I mean, I honestly think everyone would love that. Of course, speedrunners would love it too. Because, you know, yeah, they would definitely have much faster campaign clears if they had more deterministic ways to get good gear. Or support gems. I mean, just support gems in general. Yep, Dapper. That's what some people think is coming, that's for sure. We're getting everything, man. The game is done after this patch. My expectations are through the moon. I'm hyped, though. What are you excited for? Are you hyped for the druid at least? That's what I'm hyped for. Alright, we can start disenchanting a little bit. Oh, wow.
It is good to see. I've collected. Oh, I like this one. It seems shadows haunt us both.
Gotcha. Yeah, I am not a big druid guy at all either. I should probably take the lightning rune, honestly. I am. Ooh. We're gonna gamble on this crossbow. Crit damage most sucks. Added damage is nice. Send the Exalt. Fuck it. Strength is not nice. Those were not good. It's okay. YOLO Swaggins. I am hyped for the shapeshifts more than I am for the druids specifically. I keep saying that all stream, but I'm very hyped for the shapeshifts. I have to see what the Ascendancy gives me before I'm excited about the Ascendancy. Personally. We'll save that magnified layer, area for later. Oh, I forgot to talk to her, so I didn't get the level 5 skill gem while I was in town. I mean, blank runes would be cool. I said this on the podcast, and I got a little bit of pushback for it. I said blank runes are boring compared to the crafting bench, and what I meant by that was, like, with the crafting bench, you're out there, like, collecting the recipes to turn the enchants, like, to get the enchants, right? Where, like, blank runes, like, you just get a blank rune and then you turn it into whatever you want, and, like, that's, like, a little bit more boring to me. So, like, what I meant was, like, I love more blank runes. I definitely want more blank runes in the campaign. I just want it to be more than just, like, blank runes drop and then you can turn it into, like, one of 40 runes, you know? like out the gate, right? Like that would be lame. So like that's what I meant by the crafting bench is more fun in the way that like you collect the things by like doing the bosses and stuff. But yes, blank runes like help so much. But the problem is we need more artificer orbs. I've only gotten one so far, you know. So even if I had like 5 blank runes, you know, I can't even do anything with them. But yes, I love blank runes. I want more blank runes for sure. So there are leaks out there, Foss, for how some of this stuff is gonna work, kind of. I'm trying to avoid talking about the leaks, but the assumption is anyone's gonna be able to shapeshift. You just have to use a talisman. Any ascendancy can shapeshift. Druid will be bringing in a bunch of other stuff, like the skills, new spells, and stuff. Who knows what their ascendancy will have? Maybe one of these shapeshifts is tied to the ascendancies, but the assumption is that the shapeshifts will either be attached to the talismans or attached to a skill gem. And I believe what people are assuming is it's a skill gem. Because there's been data mines for a while of like what some of the skill gems look like. We also have like old live streams of like from 3 years ago where like they show off that the shapeshifts were skill gems back then. So. How long until the announcement? Is it in 2 hours or 3 hours? I don't know how long I've been streaming. I feel like it's in 3 hours, right? Under 3 now? Gotcha.
This place is right fancy.
Well, I assume certain talismans will have, like, because you know how, like, some, like caster weapons have skills attached to them? Like, I'm sure there might be some of those where it's like, you can't use this specific bear form unless you have the talisman of the bear or something. I don't know what the Druid Ascendancy could have that would make me want to League start Druid specifically over, like, Mercenary or Warrior. I'm just too much of a Titan simp. And I'm too much of a Witch Hunter simp. So, like, unless the Druid Ascendancy has something specifically that's, like, awesome for Thorns or awesome for my Witch Hunter, my Bulletstorm build, I might not play Druid. But we're definitely playing Shapeshifts if we're not playing the Bulletstorm. Oh, he's leaping. Rip. Like, I don't even have a bonus to projectile skills crossbows, and, like, look at the damage. Like, crossbows or grenades are just so good early on. Like, they're not ED Contagion good, but maybe they are better, honestly. They're probably better. Like, ED Contagion's easy, but this is just, like, so much single target damage when you know what you're doing. And I don't know what I'm doing, and it's going well.
That's him.
See, I've heard people say stuff like that, Nico. If it doesn't look like so... If you're not permanently in your shapeshift, right? Like, if I'm not permanently running around as bear form and, like, I have, like, an arsenal of bear skills that are spammable, I might not play the shapeshifts. Like, if, like, I need to be a permanent bear. And I keep seeing some people say that, like, you'll be, like, not almost like hybrid shapeshifting, where, like, you'll pop in for bear form and then weave out and stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to be always feral. And if it doesn't look like that's possible, which I'm sure it will be. But yeah, I saw there was the data mine skill that was like you roar and you use socketed shout skills. So like I think it's like a lot of people are talking about playing a shout bear on a warbringer. Roar bear. Yeah, exactly like WoW Druids. Like, if I'm not playing... Like, again, here my fantasy for playing Thorns Druid is I need to be able to be in bear form in weapon set 1 and wolf form in weapon set 2. And I am, like, fluidly swapping between those two forms, but, like, I'm, like, almost always in those forms. And if I can't do that, then, I'm sad. But I assume we can do that. I think that's fine, Nico. I'd be fine with that, personally. Hold on. Gotta respond to Miso. Hey, what's up, Met? How you doing? Yeah, like, if there's, like, a long cast time on shapeshifting every time, if there's no way to, like, reduce the shapeshift form, like, I have a very specific vision for how I want to play a Druid, and no ARPG has ever nailed the feel of Druid for me. I know I have a very specific one. It's very much like the WoW classic, the classic World of Warcraft Feral Druid PvP of, like... You're in bear form, then you're in cat form, then you're in cheetah form, then you're healing for a bit outside of form. Like, it's very fluid, and no ARPG Druid has ever really done that for me. The cool thing about PoE 2 is with weapon sets, like, again, I'm really wanting a situation where, like, weapon set 1 is my tanky form, I'm playing bear, it's what I'm, like, eating bosses as with thorns, and then weapon set 2 is the wolf for mapping. High mobility, like, better clear speed, better AoE and stuff, the DPS form. And I'm wanting to fluidly just be, like, bear form, wolf form, bear form, wolf form. And if it doesn't look like that's possible, I probably won't League start Thorns Druid at all. But I imagine that's going to be possible.
Not yet. Need more time.
He dodged out of that. Crap, he just dodged out of all my grenades. I'm gonna get hit by that. Is he gonna get away? Wow, he just did not want to phase. I got really lucky he didn't do the poem phase. Was my slash plate? I was yapping a lot, 1 hour, 15 minutes. We did a lot of this where we were like pausing and like talking about stuff over here and stuff. I don't know if that would have been a sub-hour run, but that would have been close to an hour run, so. For how inefficient that was. Just me just yapping my butt off. Yeah, we'll add grass grenade for now. Until we get explosive shot, which I think is 22, we'll just keep running grenades.
Used it against me. Where has she taken the beast?
But yeah, so like, I've been playing a lot with weapon sets this patch, especially with the Witch Hunter, right? Like swapping between weapon set 1 and weapon set 2. So like, if the Druid doesn't look appealing to me, it's possible that I League start like a Witch Hunter and like really try and force some like weapon set hybrid stuff between weapon set 1 and 2.
From the desert.
I also do the same with Titan as well, so if Druid doesn't blow my socks off with its Ascendancy, it's very likely that I just play Shapeshifts on a Witch Hunter.
Yes. Find her.
because I really just want to be that hybrid, you know.
Please.
But I don't. This is just me like going with all the expectations, having no idea what the skills look like. You know, it's possible that like Druid bear form is like mobile enough that you don't need to feel the need for the wolf form as like a mobility, AOE clear option. You know, I will have to see.
We can find it till next.
Quickly.
Any of this any good? What is you? Every rage. I don't want to use a unique. I would definitely slot this in for the lulls. But because like 30 strength is nice, but unethical for the practice run.
The Countess has escaped with the beast.
But yep. We'll see, because like again, a lot of people equate Druid with Thorns. I keep saying I don't think it's gonna happen, but like you have Brambles, you have like just the idea that Thorns and like Shapeshifts goes well together. You have Roses with Thorns, the archetype of nature of Thorns. Like it makes a lot of sense why people expect there to be maybe like one Thorns passive attached with Druid. I absolutely do not think that's happening. I absolutely do not think that's happening. If that did happen, though, of course we're playing Druid for the league start for Thorns, if we Thorns, you know. But I don't. I would be insanely shocked. You would get a full-on Pikachu face from me, the full-on Pikachu face, if we actually got Thorns something in its ascendancy. I don't think Thorns is that popular, ever going to be that popular of an archetype that it needs, like, something in the ascendancy. Yeah, I mean, the Stampede looks cool. The Stampede for the bear looks cool, but it just looks just like the normal warrior Stampede to me. So, not something I'm super interested for. I'm really hoping there's something with werewolf form that's really good for Druid map or Thorns mapping. Like there's this high mobility or something. I clear too much. I overclear. Yeah, and it makes sense, Shmata. I mean, I get why people equate Druid with Thorns. I just don't think either Ascendancy will have something Thorns related. Now, do we think there'll be Thorns stuff in this area? Sure. But the actual Ascendancy itself, I'm not sure about that one. Yeah, and you know, with like the weapon set passives, whenever you get like the fast attack speed, like if you like, you've seen like the fast attack skills, like with Bone Shatter or Whirling Assault and stuff, where like they're using high attack speed as mobility. I'm hoping there's something like that with Wolf maybe, where you're just like spamming its attack and it's like what's flying you through the map. Yeah. God, I forgot I had Poison Grenade. Haven't been using it. Goodbye. I think it's level 22 or 26. I forget what level. At some point, we get explosive shot in this act, and that's when we'll stop playing grenades. From here on, we're probably putting all our support gems we get towards, like the swap to bullets. I've seen the leaks. Yeah, I've seen the leaks too. I don't know if there's been new leaks since I've seen leaks, but I've seen the minute-and-a-half trailer, and I've seen the leaks on PoEDB. I've seen the leaks on PoEDB.
Hopefully this will help.
The biggest things for Thorns, if they make Crown of the Pale King work differently.
You may trade with me.
Oh my god. Imagine if Crown of the Pale King was... Probably should vendor that, because I'm not gonna... If Crown of the Pale King was on the passive tree, and we could play Culling Strike Thorns on a werewolf, GG. GG. Why not?
I hope it pleases.
Sure, that's pretty good. Oh, armor belt jewelry, lightning res, okay. Not one I would use. But yeah, like, I don't know if there's anything from the actual announcement stream that's going to get me excited.
Fight to the last.
Everything that I'm going to be excited about is either passive tree changes or patch notes. So that's what I am waiting for right now. It's passive tree changes or patch notes. We get those things, I am much happier, you know?
Now what would I do in here?
Like, again, if they say something about Thorns during the live stream, sure, that'd be cool, but I don't. GGG does not care about Thorns as much as we do, that's for sure. They care about it, but I don't think they're, I don't think Thorns is live stream material, boys. I've been trying to get Try to ask a Thorns question in his interviews for 3 patches now, and it hasn't happened yet. And it'll probably never happen. Maybe one day we'll get Mark or Jonathan on the podcast, and then I can ask them my stupid questions myself. Let's just keep going forward. What time is the announcement today? It's in 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'll be streaming until the announcement, and then I'll be streaming my reacting to the announcement. I do not know if I will stream the entire Q&A. The Q&As are usually kind of long, and it doesn't sound like we're getting the patch notes like right as the main stream ends. That's probably when the stream will end, but hopefully we get the patch notes like really quickly. Because the patch notes is patch notes are big. Like, I need new uniques. Like, to me, there are so many uniques in this game that are like, I see a lot of people like wanting like 100 new uniques or something. There's like 100 uniques in the game that are unusable. They need to do a pass at all the bad uniques. So I'm hoping for like a bunch of old unique buffs. That's what my hope is just like them doing a pass of the current uniques. A complete overhaul of the Atlas is like something I'm also just very interested in. Like if we got a whole new Atlas tree. I know there's a distinction between the Infinite Atlas and the Atlas passive tree now. I'm talking about the Atlas tree. That is the #1 thing that has to be like, oh my god, the Atlas is so pointless. I just go shrines every patch and just juice shrines, which is fine. But I need to juice other things. Hey, what's up, Fishy? You excited for today's announcement, man? We are in the wait mode. We are in the wait mode. Doing a little bit of Witch Hunter practice in case we league start it while we are waiting for the patch or the announcement stream. It would be nice if we got the patch notes before the stream, but that's obviously not going to happen. I would love to go through the patch notes early. I'm also weirdly not super hyped for new Ascendancy. I know a lot of people are like super hyped for a new Sorceress Ascendancy or a new Ranger Ascendancy or something. I don't know. Maybe a new Monk Ascendancy would hype me, but I don't know. I think I've already developed my favorite Ascendancies, and it's like Witch Hunter and Titan. We'll have to see what gets added. Though, I bet you when Mercenaries get added, and we get Sword Ascendancies and Gladiator and stuff, one of those could become, you know, a new contender. We get it, girl. Oh, right. Oof. Barely an upgrade. At least it's an upgrade, I guess. What about you? Yeah, you. Well, would have been nice to have that on for this fight. All that fire res ain't work jack now. So it's level 22 I get explosive shot. Okay, so that's when we'll start planning our swap off of grenades. Where are you from? Well, I've lived in Texas almost my entire life, but I'm sure you mean my ethnicity, and my mom's Puerto Rican. My mom is Puerto Rican, my dad is white, so I'm half and half. But I've lived in the United States my entire life. Born and raised. I should shard those. I should be going for Regals at this point. Get them Regal orbs. What runes do I have? Int, Strength, Dex, Ew.
Need something? Browse as long
I live in the DFW area. Lived there most of my life. I've lived in other states before. I lived in Arizona when I used to work for Tempo Storm. I lived in California for a while. I lived in Maryland for a while, but born in Texas, raised there for until I was like, I think I moved away at 19, came back when I was 24, moved away again, came back when I was like 31. But just because family, though. Family lives here. I don't have a personal care to live in Texas. Just where the family is.
Yeah. So we
And I like my family. You personally know Asmongold? That's funny. No. I believe they live in Austin, and Austin is very far from Texas. The fun thing about Texas is, it is... I mean, it's massive, so... It is very massive. What part of Maryland? I lived near Frederick. I think it's called Rockville. I lived there for a year and a half, 2 years, I think. Hey, Rusty. It's going well, man. We're just chilling. How are you doing? Oh, yeah, Baltimore, yeah. I used to drive to DC all the time to hang out with friends.
I have movement in the dark. Lots of movement.
Actually, I very rarely get assumptions that I'm Mexican. It only happened when I was in middle school that people, like a very specific group of people, used to think I was Mexican. Most people assume I'm Indian. Texas has a very high Indian population as well.
All these statues still just as dead.
There's a lot of Indians that live here. Most people assume I'm Indian. No one ever assumes what I am, which is Puerto Rican. Well, I look... My dark skin is because my mom's Puerto Rican, but I'm half and half. Half Puerto Rican, half white. But, yes. No one ever assumes I'm Hispanic. Really ever. It's almost always Indian. I think it's because of the hair. I think a lot of Indian men have hair like mine. I'm not sure, though. I am me. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be starting Armor Piercer rounds. I probably won't swap till Armor Piercer Mel until I get Nova projectiles in Act 4. But it could get buffs, you know. I just don't like the clear speed of it early on. It's just... It depends too much on a really good crossbow. And without us getting async trade until Act 4, I really don't want to be like stuck in Act 2 trying to trade for like a +3 projectiles, high DP, physical DPS crossbow for it. So I am not. I may League start the Bulletstorm still, but armor piercing rounds won't happen until probably Act 4 for me, unless it gets significant early game buffs. Which I don't think it will. I'm swapping to Explosive Shot soon. I won't be playing Grenades the whole way. Once I hit level 22, even though Grenades is better than Explosive Shot, I'm swapping to Explosive Shot once we get level 22. That's how I level until I really don't like armor-piercing rounds until you get Myrus Uxor or Nova projectiles. And really, it's the combination of the two that makes it feel really good to me. Which would happen in the interludes. Myrus Uxor is level 54 helmet, so you wouldn't really use it until level 50. So, like, I would either swap the armor piercers in Act 4 whenever I get support gems, or in Act 5 when I buy Myrus Uxor. Is how I'm currently planning my league start if I do Bullet Storm for my league start. They're really weak early on. Because, like, to get them the AoE clear, you need to put Chain, and sometimes you want to put Fork in it, too, or you want to put Ricochet in it. And, like, when you're having to stack it with those kind of support gems early on, that means all of your damage is coming from your crossbow. So if you don't have a good crossbow, armor piercing, and, like, you know, a 4 or 5 link in it, which we're not going to have 4 or 5 links in it on league start. You know, if you're leveling from level 1, and you have, like, you know, it's your second character, you have 5 links, you know... You're completely juicing the character. Like, of course you can level armor piercing from the start, but on solo self-found league start practice, it's like forcing armor piercer is like the slowest of all my leveling tests so far. So I would rather get to Act 4 as fast as possible. Maybe not as fast as possible, but just reasonably quick so I can play Bulletstorm how I want to play it. That's my current plan. And I seriously doubt Armor Piercer is going to get a buff for, like, leveling. Like, there's no way. Unless they change, like... So, the one way that Armor Piercer would be, like, way more consistent when leveling is if they changed how weapons work. My biggest hope is they nerf weapon skills on weapons. Because you can get, like, +7, +8, like, weapon skills easily on, like, wands and, like, crossbows and stuff. If they normalize the damage curve on weapons and remove weapon skills, so, like, you're not so dependent on, like, +3 weapon skills on every crossbow, +4 when you hit this bracket, right? Then maybe Armor Piercer is better for solo self-found, but just the dependence... I need to get that rare. Just the dependence on bonus weapon skills early on for certain skills, it makes it too much. What level is Nova Projectiles? It's Act 4. You get it in Act 4. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't swap to Armor Piercer until Act 4. Nova Projectiles is just, like, so important for it being a good clear skill that... That's why I'm gonna be swapping to Explosive Shot. Like, you can at least play bullets when you get explosive shots. High velocity rounds, okay, single target, but you can't use it for clear. You have to use grenades for clear early on, in my opinion. Unless there's, like, a high velocity round clearing tech that I'm not aware of, where you're using, like, somehow chain with it or something that's making it, like, do weird, crazy things. Like, high velocity rounds is fine for single target. But I've also found better single target DPS with just crossbow shot for some reason. I feel like just shooting crossbow shot has led to better single target DPS from most of my testing. Ooh, I got a Regal. But that could be changed in the patch. With, like, balance changes and stuff, you know, that's why I'm mostly waiting for the patch. Oh, I'm not done. I got Babala. We didn't finish clearing. Autopilot brain. But Explosive Shot feels fine. Once you get double barrel into it, Explosive Shot, and then I path to these nodes next. I go to these next. So Run and Gun. So when you have double barrel and Run and Gun and Explosive Shot, you're still using Explosive Grenade for a while. But you're really just spamming Explosive Shot a lot more. I stop using basic crossbow shot when I get Explosive Shot with Run and Gun. Basic attacks must be nerfed immediately. Yeah, it's so weird how there's just, like... I'm actually using crossbow shot. I'm this late into the game. I'm not using any of these ammos for single target. For single target, when I'm basic shotting... Like, and all I've put in it right now is rapid attacks. It's not even like it's super juiced. It's just got a rapid attacks in it for now. That's not how it should be. I don't think. I should be using skills. I do like that, like, you can do basic attack builds. Like, I think that's fine, but the skills should be better. Yeah, I'm not saying remove, like, the basic shot builds. So just use explosive from Act 1 to Act... No, you can't use explosive shot until Act 2. Explosive shot is level 22 skill. You use explosive grenades... for Act 1, I use explosive grenades with flash grenades primarily. You mix in Frost Bomb and Contagion to help with the clear and the bossing. And then you're using crossbow shot as your filler for Act 1. Until you get explosive shot. And then you can just only use explosive shot. Where am I going? Did I get turned around someplace? Where is... Oh, I see it down here. Jesus. But yeah, Act 4 is when you get Nova Projectiles, so... And I don't think they're gonna make Nova Projectiles a lower level support gem. I know some... Oh, this is not even the way out. Oh, it is. Okay. I know some people are expecting them to make some support gem tweaks to the levelings. Like, we're hoping that for some of the Thorn support gems, but... I do not think Nova Projectiles would be made earlier. If anything, it's gonna be made, like, later. If they were to change it, right? So, I don't think they're going to. I think it'll still be level 4. But people are like, I wonder if they'll make it 3 or 2. No, no, no. It'll stay 4 for sure. And it might get swapped to a lineage support gem with like another effect. Because it's really good. Or just be the lineage support gem rather. Because, yeah, it's really good. Special shot doesn't happen until late in Act 2. Yeah, I think it's level 22. I don't know what happens. Special shot is, yeah, level 22. And we're only level 18 right now, so we're going to be like halfway through Act 2 before we swap to Explosive Shot. And again, if you're wanting to level as fast as humanly possible, you would stay on grenades the whole campaign. Yeah, Flash Grenade and Explosive Grenade. I mean, you add in gas grenades too, because you're just really just spamming all 3 if you want. It's almost all primarily Explosive Grenade and Flash Grenade. Like, Flash Grenade, you're going to keep... Flash Grenade you should just keep because the stun on bosses is just super nice. And then I put Explosive Shot, I put Multi-Shot and Elemental Armament. And Flash Grenade, I put a Multi-Shot. If you happen to put a Lesser Jeweler's Orb into this and you get a 3rd one, I would put the Short and Fuse one. Or I would replace Elemental Armament with the Short and Fuse one once you get the level 2 support gem. But what I will be doing is setting up my transition to bullets first, probably. We'll see, though. Ooh, an Essence of Battle. Let's go. Which one's battle? Oh, it's accuracy. Never mind. Gross. Never mind. Never mind. There we go. Our first uncut level 2 support gem. Okay, so we could get double barrel prepped for multi-shot, but I think I'm just gonna take short fuse because I'm just hoping we get another one by the time I'm at double barrel. Or I need double barrel. I might be a misplay, but we'll learn that misplay now. Hopefully. But now you can see the difference between the short fuse. It's like much faster detonations, and that's without the passive points. There's passive points that give you even faster detonations that I don't path to. And I will be posting a full, even if I don't League start the Witch Hunter Bulletstorm, I will be posting like a full clear video of me doing Acts 1 through 4. I'll be posting some form of leveling guide and some League start guide, even if I don't play it for launch. I'm really hoping I can bait myself into playing this build, though. I love it. It is so fun when you have Myris Uxor and you're just flying through the maps. But I know my brain. I'm gonna get baited. I'm gonna get baited by something thorns. You know what? We'll do the strongbox.
Let's see what's inside. More time. More time.
Oh, look at that. Rare crossbow. We'll do the boss before getting that crossbow.
Is this possible?
Need more time.
The Malekith will fall by my hand.
Need more time.
You are unworthy. The Malekith will fall by my hand. I shall dethrone you, Sekaba, and leave you to the stand.
It honestly just feels better to just do basic shots sometimes.
I tried to seek peace, and the Sekabas disgraced me.
Well, that's because you a bitch, dude.
This time, we choose war. We shall finish this.
But not today.
Not today.
Make haste. We must not escape.
I can't just
The
leave,
cultures
can
are very
he?
sad against us. Sandstone. We must battle swordsmen.
Here, if you stand by the door, you can avoid everything. I assume that's in that guy's video, so I'm sure I'm gonna learn all those crazy techs. Oh, I'm so hyped to watch. A 2-hour clear is insane. That guy's a beast. Oh, here's our first tier 7 gem, so it will be on explosive shot. That's not better. No way. Yeah.
What? I will tell you a tale.
No need to rush.
I will tell your tale.
More nights.
Alright. You know what?
Ah, yes. You have your orders.
We'll just go ahead and do our ascendancy. Let's go ahead and get Wichita. Is that the Crimson dude? 235 campaign? Let me see. I forget the name Sour said the guy's name was. He linked me the video in the Thorns Discord. Oh, did I accidentally close Discord? Let me see. Guy that dies. Was maps in 4 hours as a maps in 4 hours as a grenade build. Guys that dies is the link I was sent. So it wasn't 2 hours. No, I lied. Did it in 4 hours unascended. Yeah, that one. That one. Crimson Cast is a speedrunner. I don't watch too many speedrunners. I don't watch a whole lot of PoE content creators outside of build makers. Unfortunately. Because, like, the content I find is like, oh, that's a cool build. Let me look at the mechanics from it and stuff. Like, that's what I see.
We have met in battle, but not in peace.
Crimson Cast, guy, that guy's doing that run. That's cool. I'll have to watch it. I love that shit.
Goodbye.
This better be worth it.
No, yeah, that's exactly why I love that shit, Sour. It's, having, Crimson Cast as the commentator, that's awesome. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I love that shit, because, like, clearly, as you can tell, like, even just from, like, me playing, that, like, the yapping, if you're talking while you're playing, Like it distracts me at least. Like it makes me play inefficiently. Like I'll lose track of where I am in the game and stuff. So like, if you're speedrunning, you obviously can't explain what you're doing. So having like, you know, that's why AGGDQ is so exciting. You know, you have the speedrunner and then you have the panel of people commentating it. Like, it's awesome. So I'm definitely gonna watch that then. If he commentated it, I'll watch the whole damn thing. Unascended in 4 hours. That's fucking awesome.
Stand tall.
Relish your mortality.
I don't think there's much from his build I would take, because I definitely don't want to be leveling as grenades very long. I'll probably only be grenades until I can swap explosive shot, unless there's other skill buffs. But like, there's just, it's not about learning the build. Like, the build obviously makes an insane difference, right? But like, I'm sure it's just like there's all these little skip techniques, like what Sour was showing me earlier with how we forced the level 9 mausoleum, right? Like, those are the things that matter, that I love learning. Is those little micro techniques that, like, yeah, those are the things I fucking love. They're super cool. And speedrunner communities are always the best at, like, developing and figuring out a game's progress and meta, in my opinion. Every game I've played that's had, like, a speedrunner scene has been heavily influenced by speedrunners. Like, where most techniques and, like, metas are, like, birthed from, like, a speedrunner finding something. Because a lot of how, like, especially in Classic WoW, Classic TBC, and Classic Wrath, a lot of what people do is based off of speedrunner metas. The sweatiest and best players always end up being speedrunners, in my opinion, not PvPers. PvPers are good at the game, usually, especially the best PvPers, but speedrunners, if you want to find the best, most diligent players out there, it is always speedrunners. I mean, layouts are always my biggest weakness as well. I just don't have the brain for learning them. Like, I don't have the patience to study them, and it ain't for me. Like, some layouts, like, they become obvious to you as you're playing, but, like, some of the layouts, you know, they have very specific tells that you have to look for, and I'm really not good at the reading the flipped layouts. Like, I don't know why. The flipped layouts always throw me off. I'm a noob. I'm a noob.
Relish your mortality.
I've ran too much Secamus.
An oasis in
Fuck that honor. Takes too long. You just keep the layout guide up on a second screen? Yeah. Some form of overlay would definitely help me out, but... yeah. That would definitely help. Okay, we got our second support gem, so we have double barrel now for when we swap at 22 to explosive shot.
Swift magnificence.
We don't need it. We're going.
The foe ahead is formidable. Still.
That feels like cheating to you, though? I think that's pretty common in PoE 1. A lot of people play with overlays. There are a lot of things that in other games are considered semi-unethical. That is, like, I don't know if normalized is the word in PoE, but, like, you have like, log out macros and, like, log out to cancel deaths in hardcore. You have, like, overlays and stuff. Like, people actively promote, which was always shocking to me at first. And what's weird is some creators in this space even promote real-world trading. I know those creators are definitely ostracized to an extent, but there's a shocking amount of people in this community that are okay with real-world trading. And that's, like, always been, like, giga taboo in, like, any game that wasn't, like, you know, a Korean MMO for me. Oh, I don't need any of that. There. We're not coming back, so there's no reason to buy a relic, but normally you would buy a relic. Ascend! We Witch Hunter! Well, like, there are a few build makers I've seen, or, like, people who post PoE content that, like, they actively promote RMT websites, and I used to be a WoW content creator. When I used to make WoW videos, I would sometimes get emails about, like, hey, do you want to make a video for a gold buying website? But as a PoE 2 content creator, if I were to show you guys my emails, I get emails, like, multiple every week of being like, hey, do you want to be sponsored to promote our RMT site? Like, they're fiends. They're bloodhounds, man. So I get why there's some creators that are promoting it, because they're like, there's so many of, like, these people spamming you with, like, promote our website, but you ain't gonna see me doing that. I have previous biases about real world trading from playing MMOs, where I just, like, by default don't like it. But it's also bannable, so pretty sure it's bannable. If you get caught doing it, don't you get banned? So I don't know if it's bannable, actually. That might be me talking out of my ass. Oh. Alright. I'm not getting any projectile skills, but at least that's got some deeps. That's got some damage. So we need double barrel ready for whenever we get explosive shots. Where did it go? Oh, it went in here. Okay. Explosive shots in 2 levels. Alright, we got a culling strike now, so we are officially a witch hunter. Let us continue on with our practice. I need a drink real quick. Yeah, that's what my shock is too, Nico. My assumption is, I've never seen it happen in WoW before. I've never seen a WoW creator promote an RMT website before. But I imagine if you did, that creator would get banned. So it's just shocking to me that there are a lot of creators, not a lot, I keep saying a lot, there's not a lot of creators for PoE 2, but there are a bunch of creators that promote RMT sites heavily. And GGG just hasn't, like, nuked their account.
More bloody sand.
No, Elon was not nuked. He should have been. Who was it that asked about Elon in one of the interviews? Was it Ziggy? Was it Ziggy or someone else that did the bait question about Elon? I forget who it was. He should have been banned for sure, though. Oh, was it Try that asked about Elon? That's so funny. I mean, Elon's in the past now. He don't play anymore.
One down. Who's next?
Ever since that last stream he did, I don't think he's coming back.
What fresh nightmare is this?
This guy's just been, like, immune to stun for, like, an hour now. Well, our DPS is pretty solid right now. Okay. Almost to run and gun. Hey, thanks, Little. Appreciate you, man. And enjoy your launch, dude. If I don't see you for launch, I hope you have a great league start, bro. I'm super hyped for this patch. I just remember someone asked the devs about Elon and they just straight up dodged. Yeah, of course they would, but that was funny. I don't remember who it was that asked. If we got a chance to interview the devs, I don't think Miso would let us ask Elon questions. I feel like Dead Rabbit would be all about asking an Elon question and Miso would be like, no, 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 no.
Doesn't bloody cave in.
Yes, it's very much a Western type thing. Yes, absolutely, Sour. It is very much a Western culture thing where it's anti-RMT. RMT is like in like Korean and Chinese MMOs that I've played, RMT is like the way, you know? You swipe, 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 swipe. Like, and it is like in like they do not think negativity at all there. It is very much a Western culture thing where it's anti-RMT. Farm your own shit. What do you mean? Don't swipe. Go get your own currency. That's how I feel. But like, I'm a weirdo, like, so when I play MMOs, right, I always have like a farming character, right? Like, I usually play like a mage as my alt, where like I'm farming currency on it. Like, I'm not currency, but like, it's my gold farm character, right, in MMOs, right? Like, I'm someone who like actively likes to farm their own gold and then like go to GDKPs with them. I feel like GDKPs, if you don't know, that's like where you go to raids and like you gold bid on items. Those are like really heavily frowned upon, depending on who you ask, because of gold buying. because it's just a bunch of people in these raids with, like, swiped, 100,000 gold competing versus your regular player. I love GDKPs when you're a regular player who's farming their own gold and stuff. Gold buyers is just like, I farmed, 30 hours this week making currency. I should be able to buy a piece of gear, but I can't because, someone swiped and has 8 times my gold, right? That's where a lot of the anti-RMT stuff, I think, comes from. Is like, it's just like that MMO mindset of, like, you should be able to grind for your own stuff. But when you're in, like, this community, communism type world where everything is for trade and for gold, yeah, it just sours that experience. So that's why a lot of, like, I guess Western MMOs players really don't like RMT, but for, like, Eastern MMOs, like from Korea and China, RMT is, like, built into those games. Like GDKPs, where you, like, bid for items with gold, that's, like, built into games like Lost Ark, where Blizzard has gone out of their way to ban GDKPs from being a thing because of RMT. So it's just, like, very different mindsets around it. Like, the cultures couldn't be more different. Could not be more different. I personally like GDKPs. I just don't like gold buying. But GDKPs encourage gold buying because, obviously why. Doesn't need to be explained. This way? Doubt it's down there. Almost explosive shot level. We'll have to see how it feels. Definitely feel better with a little bit more mobility. What does this one give me? Support gem level 2. Okay, we're just now starting to get the run and gun stuff. So here we can put in explosive shot. We put in, for now we're gonna do double barrel and maybe elemental armament. Let's see what rapid attacks gets it to. Yeah, elemental armament. Reload it because it'll give us 2 shots. Okay. Now you'll still probably use grenades a decent amount, just because, like, the cooldown on the reload. Because it was actually that way, it might actually be that way. I might have baited myself into turning around. I think it is that way. Yep. But at least at this point, you're doing a little bit more run and gun. You're actually able to shoot your crossbow once you have explosive shot. Like, for clear really well. 22 is like when this really shifts for me. Yep, we are right at where we needed to be. You still want to use grenades at times, but finally starting to shoot the gun. Pretty much sour, yep. Now, it's hard to equate, video game economy to real-world economies, but, they are, interesting reference points. But yeah, I find it funny that there are, that many, I legit, like, 3 to 4 emails a week from just these gold buying websites. Hey, we love your content. Please feature our website. And a lot of them won't even be like, we sell gold. Like, we sell services. Like, if you want to, like, if people are looking for ascendancy boosts and stuff. But obviously, the main traction of their website is always gold buying. Always gold buying. What build will you play after the update? Either something Thorns with shapeshifting or my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. We're either going some form of Thorns Druid or Thorns Shapeshifts. It might not be on a Druid. I have to see what the Druid Ascendancies look like.
Some days this job is brutal. Let's take care not to spill this.
Hey, later, Shmata. Enjoy the reveal, man. Enjoy the reveal. How long until the reveal? Is it an hour and a half? Let me log out and see. Been grinding. Hour and a half, boys. Hour and a half. So I'm probably going to finish Act 2, and then I'm going to make some lunch. I'm not going to go offline, because I'm going to stream through the reveal. I really hope we get the patch notes fast. I really hope we get the patch notes fast. That's like... that. The patch notes is... and like data mines too will shift things, but... the patch notes are like the biggest thing for me right now. I need to see if Thorns got some significant changes. And honestly, they might not even mention Thorns in the patch notes. That might be a data mine thing. Because the biggest thing I'm looking for Thorns changes is like the support gem tweaks. I don't know if they're gonna be like talking about like I feel like that's just gonna be like a blanket statement. Like a lot of support gems had their level ranges adjusted, so like some will be swapped from 4 to 3 or something, and I don't know if there'll be a specific line that says Barbs was swapped to a tier 2 support gem. Like, those are the changes I'm looking for to League Start Thorns. We did get the patch notes late last time. We got the patch notes. It wasn't super late. It was like... I remember we did the podcast after the reveal stream, and we got the patch notes, like... deep into the podcast. They showed up like several hours after the reveal. So I'm assuming we still get them today. I just hope it's sooner rather than later. Luckily, we're not doing the podcast today, though. We're doing the podcast Saturday. We're doing the podcast Saturday. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. The real Terracon is, like, if I'm League starting Druid, the Ascendancy has to have something that's, like, probably super defensive related that enables Thorns. Like, I really don't expect me to be League starting Druid specifically. Shapeshifts could happen, for sure, but the Ascendancy has to have something specifically for... I don't know what it would have to have. I'm very, very, like, not hyped about the actual Ascendancies for Druid, but we'll see what they offer. It's very possible there's something that's just, like, mind-blowing for our build, so... But I'm currently leaning no. Ooh, finally got a necklace. Yeah, it was the passive tree that we got super late. Yeah, the passive tree was what we got day of. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was revealed day of as well. Like, the passive tree, I would love to get that early, but I wouldn't, like, if it's getting overhauled again because of Druid, I imagine it might be a day of release as well. Oh, Realm's going down in 30 minutes anyway for a patch. So I was going to be taking a forced break anyway. So my 30-minute lunch break was timed perfectly. Guys, I'm so hyped for the reveal today. I can't begin to tell you how bored I am of the current endgame loop. We've had the exact same endgame loop for 1 year, and I'm just so hyped for anything new endgame. Hey, what up, Kadachi? Yeah, I think maybe it's the patch that's ending the league. Maybe the patch will, but maybe there'll be some data mines that we can get from this patch being released too. Bunch of information might be coming out over the next 24 hours. Who knows? I did? Nope. I'm not paying attention to my mana with the... Special Shot does have the higher mana cost. Just a Mastodon, man. Get over it. Okay. Ooh, crossbow. How's it going, Kadachi? You hyped for today, man? I assume you're hyped as fuck. I am. I don't know if that's better. It looks like it's gonna be better. Oh yeah. 32 to 103. If only it had a projectile damage or projectile skills roll on this, this would have been a god roll. Oh right, I got the amulet too. It's okay. Oh, I didn't get the other relic. Did not get the other relic. Gotta go back. Actually, might need to take out elemental armament though for rapid attacks now. That doesn't change the DPS of explosive shot at all, really. There we go, there's the relic. Got a bunch of mobs I gotta get rid of. And I will go to the next area. I'm dead. These guys just aren't leaving me alone. I just want to go to town and go to the next area. Should have done this a while ago. Alright. We will keep progressing towards Run and Gun, and then we'll get Spray and Pray. And then after that, we will path towards Bounty Hunter. That will be the route we're taking on League Start, if we League Start this build. Have any new leaks come out besides the trailer and what was on the PoE page? I assume we haven't gotten more leaks.
Looks like any other valley to me. Not yet.
25 minutes till a patch. Yeah, is this the patch that's ending the league, or no? I don't know what this patch is. Is this like the end of the, Is this like the... everything's transitioning over to softcore or whatever standard patch? Or is it just some other patch? Database update patch? I don't know. Not sure.
Is this a graveyard for psychic?
That's 2 days before 0.4? Okay, then I have no idea what this patch is for. Not a clue. Oh, the new supporter packs. Right. Right. I always forgot they released the supporter packs on this day. I will unfortunately have to buy one. I'm sure it's going to come with a cool hideout, one of them. I've learned that hideouts are the real endgame. Hideouts are the real endgame. Bleeding. Fine. One more level till run and gun, which gives us like the chance at like 5 shots coming out or whatever once we put multi-shot in this. Which I probably need to swap multi-shot to this actually. Let's do that for now. Do I have a support gem? I do, so I'll just put multi-shot back in. What was that? I just take out a flash bomb. Oh, we actually have multi-shot 2. There we go, multi-shot 2 with double barrel, way better. There we go. There we go. I knew I was missing something. I was like, what am I forgetting to do? Something felt really awkward about my explosive shot. And it was because I forgot to put multi-shot. Still need to find the waypoint. There's a thick boy I'm passing. Yeah, at this point you can just play explosive shot. Once you have the multi-shot with the double barrel, you just blast everything. Where is the waypoint? Here's this, but I don't think it's here. Yeah, okay. Might be there in the middle. Nope. Maybe over here. I don't think it's there, so it's gotta be in the middle over here. Yep. Okay. Done with that. The relics in. Oh, I forgot to get my first charm in Act 1. I don't even have a charm in. That sandworm was fucking me up. Alright, an hour and 20 minutes till reveal. Oh my god. I am so excited.
This must be the forbidden part. Well,
Hi,
on I go.
I'm Jonathan Rogers. And this is the best patch ever. Because we buffed Thorns. Oh, too high of a level. Those guys will tank. Watch Druids get another delay and everyone loses their minds. I would not be upset if Druid was delayed. Personally. Just give me swords. Give me my swords. I'm just super excited for Saturday, because Saturday we're doing the podcast. And we're just going to have so much to talk about. It might be like a 5-hour episode. Like, it's like fun doing a weekly podcast with Miso and Rabbit, but like when we're this deep into off season, like making the show notes for what we're talking about is like, we're really like reaching for like topics and stuff, you know. It's like we're revisiting topics we've talked about before. You know, the off season is rough, so just like having like constant shit to talk about every week is gonna be so nice. I did a full lap around this place. Boss is that way. Oops. I mean, too many people are just excited for Druid for that to be a flop, so there's no way they're letting Druid be a flop. But for me, the biggest thing is the endgame rework, so... This is supposed to be an endgame patch. Hopefully it's, spices things up a bit. What? This layout. What is that dead end? What is that dead end? Okay. Boss is definitely this way. What? What is this layout? Where are these dead ends? Alright, GGG needs to rework the campaign. Not the end game. Changed my mind. Is the boss that way? I'm guessing it is that way. Guessing it's this way, because there's no other way it can be now. Run and gun time. Nice. So we have a chance to fire 2 additional projectiles, which is obviously super nice for the grenades and explosive shot. So you'll occasionally see just a giga explosive shot go off, and that's because of run and gun.
Oh, shy.
Nope, that was early frost bomb, early flash grenade.
Not yet.
Did one of those grenades just roll off the edge? They're rolling off the edge. Are they hitting them down there? I don't think they are.
Here it comes. Need a sec.
Doesn't look like my frost bomb's hitting him either. Did I put the frost bomb down there? Oh shit. How did I live that? Did I find a safe spot right here? Was his armpit a safe spot?
Thought I was cooked for sure.
Nah. This guy's a bitch. Nothing to ID. Okay.
That's rather warm.
His armpit is safe from everything except for the fire hand? Interesting. I don't know all those safe spots because I play Thorns. I'm not trying to get in safe spots. I'm trying to find the least safe spot, you know what I mean? The Thorns life. I mean, you know, Rusty. You know.
It is time to move swiftly.
Okay. We are going to blow the horn. Not the best time on this clear because we've been doing a bunch of yapping, but I'll record a clear offline. Yeah, 2.5 hours. So we're looking at like a... If I was like focused and going straight for Jamin Ra, we're looking at like a 3-hour Act 2, which is... That is one of my slowest I've done. But we've paused and like looked at the passive tree a lot to talk about things, so... A few pauses to yap about the patch. So I don't think it's actually been horribly slow. We've just been talking a lot. Yeah, Rusty, I don't know if you've heard me talk about it today on stream, but if Thorns doesn't get, like, some serious love, it's gotten serious love every patch, so there's a chance. But if it doesn't get some serious love, I am not League starting it this time around. And same with Silly Lily. Silly Lily is going to go Caltrops build if Thorns doesn't get some serious love. So, yeah. I've only ever League started Thorns once. It was in 0.3, and it was not the best experience. Thorns is slow to get online. And then especially if we're getting an endgame overhaul, you know, Thorns, like, it peaks because of defensive layers. We don't know how good the defensives are going to be yet in this patch. Like, there's just so many unknowns of Thorns and, like, so many, like, things I want to do in this patch that I would need to see some, like, I need to see something good for Thorns if I'm League starting it. If not, it'll be a week 1 or 2 character as my second. But yeah, League starting Thorns was just not... It was not the best experience. But if they did a bunch of stuff, like if Crown of the Pale King was on the passive tree, if the support gems were moved to tier 2, like those things would make me League start Thorns instantly. If we had Crown of the Pale King access through a different way, and we had the support gems at a lower level, I would definitely be like way more optimistic about League starting Thorns and would probably give it another go. But it would have to be like changes like that. That's like, it needs to be significant. We can't just get like touches up to damage and stuff, like, because even if with those quality of life, right, Crown of the Pale King and the support gem stuff, right, like Thorns still has to deal with the problem of taking damage to deal damage in a game with, like, pinnacle one-shots. Like, can Thorns do the new Atziri boss fight? We don't know yet. We don't know if it can do the hardest fights in the game in the next patch, because what if they buff bosses again? You know. Thorns starts at fights like Jet. So it's like, there's a lot of downsides to Thorns that, like, I really need... It needs something for me to League start it. If not, we will be playing the Run and Gun Witch Hunter. Oh, so you're not even League starting Thorns yourself, Rusty? Damn, so are all the Thorns, like, creators I know not playing Thorns for launch confirmed? Well, if we get buffs, I'll play Thorns for launch. But, obviously the shapeshifts look really fun. But if I played Thorns, like, day 5 instead of day 1, you know, whatever. That's how I did it in 0.1 and 0.2, is Thorns was my second build, not my first. We can go back to that life. No problem, Juliso. I got your back, bro. I got your back. I know you'd be floundering without me holding your hand, so that's what I'm here for. Damn. I did not... That's funny, though, Rusty. Like, you are, like, to me, like, you're more of a Thorns degenerate than I am. So seeing that you're probably not League starting Thorns, that says a lot about the state of Thorns right now. Trolling aside, Julesso, are you excited for the announcement? Do you have an idea of what you're going to play this league? Bone Blast Trample Toe Warbringer. Bone Blast Trample Toe is awesome. So, like, just keep in mind, though, like, keep your eye on Trample Toe. I'm not 100% sure it's gonna get nerfed, but, like, every that's one of those uniques that's, like, if GGG decided to change a Trample Toe, like, I wouldn't be, like, horribly shocked. Its low movement speed is what keeps it from being, like, in every single build on the planet. But I do think Trample Toe is crazy. I think Trample Toe is super crazy. Well, Rusty, you're making me... You and Silly Lily, with you both also feeling the exact same way I feel, is just making me feel, like, more comfortable in not League starting it. I play more non-Thorns builds than I play Thorns builds, but everyone just equates me as the Thorns guy. And it's not like I'm trying to break that archetype, but, like... I don't know. I feel like sometimes I let people down if I don't play Thorns, which is weird, right? I should just play whatever the fuck I want to play, but there's just a lot of people that just, like... I don't know, it's weird. There are a lot of people who are still very hyped to League start Thorns, but... I don't think I'm going to. Without those buffs. Without those buffs. I'm very excited about the shapeshifts, too. It's just... I think it's a second character. I think it's a second character without those buffs we just talked about. Got the sisters. But trust me, if, like, we get the Crown of the Pale King change, where we can wear... We don't have to, like... If Crown of the Pale King's effect goes to the passive tree... I think that would bait me alone in the league starting Thorns, because I could play Witch Hunter Thorns. I could do Myris Uxor Thorns. Which would be fun. But it would have to be more than just that, though. Like, Crown becoming it more accessible is like... It's just the it's the defenses, I think, is the biggest question mark for me. I think the defenses is just like... If we're getting an endgame rework, and I league start Thorns, and Thorns is just getting one-shot by all the hardest bosses... That's just like such a letdown, you know? That feels like shit. So I'm scared about that. The realm is restarting in 5 minutes for the patch. Jesus.
But that makes you predictable. The time of the fighting is nigh.
I mean, yes, that is it. SARM is like, people like the weird stuff, and that's what makes it so exciting to watch, even as an observer. And I still do I'll be doing a lot of weird stuff. And I could be playing not with, like, right now I want to play my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. It is my favorite build I've ever played in an ARPG. But who knows, the shapeshifts that are coming, or some druid skill that's coming, might be what I want to league start. I don't think it will be, though. I don't think it will be. If I'm playing Thorns Druid on league start, or if I'm playing Thorns on league start, I will be playing Werebear or Werewolf. Absolutely. But that might just be my second character. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. It's weird when you have a crisis of identity because of the build you're playing on league launch. But you only get one league start. It's so fun.
Horns.
Hey, Lol Paladins. Thanks for the prime, man. Appreciate the support, bro. Yeah, because, like, by, like, day 4, at the latest, right, I'd be, like, 93, 95 easily on the Witch Hunter. I'd be, like, have farm for the Thorns character, so, like, I'd be playing the Werewolf pretty fast if I didn't league start it. Alright, so I was trying to clear to Dreadnought in the 30 minutes before the realm went down. I did not. We got to Dreadnought, but we didn't clear through it. The realm's about to go down in 3 minutes, though. Put you on...
I hear you. You found a letter. When I... Blessings.
Alright, now we're moving to the Coaling Strike nodes.
You, young one.
One's got a crack at it.
No charms. I've been charmless this whole time, because I forgot to grab the charm from back 1. I keep forgetting to check the vendor. Any good crossbow? Nope. Ooh, there's a lot of crossbows here.
Take care.
Alright, Dreadnought time. The realm's about to go down. I'm probably about to make myself something to eat. I might go make myself a chicken sandwich or something. I won't be on too long. But then we have the launch reveal in an hour, so... hype about that.
Been a while since I've been to war.
I'm glad you like the podcast, Paladins. I always like... yeah. It always makes me happy when we see people that like the podcast. Because it's generally, like... if you look at my upload history, like, I used to upload a lot. But now that I have the podcast, like, I do the show notes for the podcast most of the time. So... anytime there's something I want to talk about the game, I just get to talk about it on the podcast. So the podcast has just become, like, my outlet for the game. As, like, my the passion, like, how I talk about it and stuff, so... I fucking love the podcast. I genuinely look forward to it so much every week. We were originally thinking we might want to do it monthly because we didn't know if people would want to see a weekly PoE2 podcast, because most of the PoE podcasts that we saw, they were like not even monthly. They were like once, maybe twice a league. Like most people, like most of the podcasts out there are like very, very infrequent. And that's not what I'm used to from like my gaming podcasts. We were originally maybe going to do monthly, but we decided weekly. And I'm glad we're doing it because, yeah, I love it. And I appreciate the support. Definitely. All that money goes to my indie game development career, so it like gets invested back into like us buying art for the game and stuff, so the support does go a long way. It is appreciated. Hey, later, Giant. See ya. Okay. I think the realm is going to shut down any second now. Yep, okay. I am going to be right back. I am going to go. I need something to eat. I haven't eaten since breakfast, and we're about to potentially be doing like a 3-4 more hours watching this thing, so let me go, let me just go like start making food, so I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Sorry about that, guys. Can I log back in? I can't. Maybe I need a patch. So yeah, I'm making lunch real quick. Again, I will be streaming through the reveal, so if you're wanting to watch the reveal with me, I will have it on screen with the audio playing. I know there's like a billion people streaming right now, so if you go watch somebody else, I'm not going to be upset at all. I don't know if I will be streaming through the patch notes, because it just depends on when we get the patch notes. The Q&As, they're kind of boring sometimes. And they're really long, so I don't know if I'll stream the entire Q&A. You might see me go offline like after the main thing comes out, and then I'll like upload me reacting to the patch loads later or something. But yeah, maybe I just need to relog. Maybe there's a patch. How's Rabbit's stream doing? Let me check out Rabbit's stream. He was streaming with King Konger earlier. Is he still streaming with them? It does not look like it. It looks like they split up. I must tell him. Enjoy.
Now the
the
hype is getting
reveal.
real. Okay, we need to fill in 50 minutes though. We need to fill in 50 minutes or something. And again, if you are watching on YouTube, if you're watching on YouTube,
Oh yeah,
you want
Rabbit
to
reminded me
get
to say
Twitch
that.
drops. You have to watch on Twitch.
If you guys want
making my
Twitch
Twitch
drops and
channel
you're
in the
watching on
YouTube chat.
YouTube,
There's
I
like
am
80
streaming
people
on
on YouTube,
Twitch.
so
There is a
hop over to
Twitch
Twitch.
drop if you're watching during this
Yo,
event.
Caltech, thank you so much. I'm hyped. I'm hyped as hell. Holy.
Yeah, Rabbit looks so hyped.
It's not even happening and we're hyped. We're hyped already. Caltech, are you here? Did you see the leaked trailer thing? Did you watch that or did you not care?
I have
Let's
seen
go,
the
let's
leaks.
Go, let's go.
I don't know if you
Let's
guys
get
can hear
everyone in
Rabbit's
here.
stream right now.
Tell your family members, tell your friends.
I just wanted to see if he was still
tell your grandmother, your
streaming with King Konger.
great-grandmother, tell everyone.
He was doing with Konger earlier. They were wasting time. I love that culture of these streamers, like just yapping together.
Who said that? Who said that? Nolan.
Alright, I'll close Rabbit's stream. Still can't. Oh, I need a patch, so. Okay, I will relog for the patch. Give me a second. Maybe I can play for a little bit before launch. My food's cooking. It's probably got like another 12 minutes till it's done, then I'll eat. Damn, I was surprised. Like, cause to me, Rusty, like, people say I'm the Thorns guy, but to me, Rusty is more the Thorns guy. Rusty Horde, I don't know if you guys have watched his stream. He has, like, I'm pretty sure he has leveled every Ascendancy to max for Thorns, and he does, like, weird campaign challenges for Thorns. Like, he'll level through the campaign doing the most tedious ways just to test Thorns' styles and do silly challenges and stuff. And if Rusty isn't league starting Thorns without serious changes, that just tells me that I'm valid in how I feel about Thorns right now. It is not League Start. It's not League Start friendly. It's just not good for League Start. And fingers crossed we get those changes. Fingers crossed, but I maybe not. I mean, yeah, I've got a lot of very popular Thorns shorts and stuff, so that's why a lot of people equate me to Thorns. I would say I play more Thorns builds, or more non-Thorns builds than Thorns builds at this point. But, like, I'm not upset I'm the Thorns guy, you know. I was just trying to, like, emphasize that, you know, Rusty knows Thorns probably way better than I do. And if and probably likes it way more than me. And if he feels that way, then yeah. I'm not like, because, you know, sometimes, like, my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter is, like, my first blaster build, you know? And, like, part of me is, like, worried that, like, I'm letting, like, that blaster portion of my brain take over and, like, cloud my enjoyment of Thorns League Start, right? Because I want to go fast, I want to make a bunch of currency on the Witch Hunter, right? But if it sounds like all the other Thorns creators are feeling the same way, because Silly Lily said that she's not going to be playing Thorns. She's going to be playing Caltrops if there's no serious Thorns buffs. And then, yeah, Rusty said he's going to be playing a Wand build for his League Start. So, yeah. You've been watching Rusty for a year now or two now? You didn't know he's a Thorns player? That's so funny. That's all, like, Rusty went crazy. I don't know if it was in 0.2 or 0.3. Maybe it was both patches. Rusty went crazy on Thorns builds. He went crazy on them. Like, he was leveling every ascendancy for them, and he was doing, like, prize pain leveling. He was doing, like, shield only leveling, I think. Like, he went ham on Thorns. Where most of my Thorns testing was always just, like, silly high-level testing stuff, like, just different, like, stylistic archetypes, but he took, like, the leveling more seriously for it. It has taken me a long time to validate this patch. I'm very excited about, like, it's not that I don't want to play Thorns this patch, by the way. The idea of Bear Form Thorns and Werewolf Thorns has me so fucking excited. I want to play them bad. It's just League Start. It's not fun with the current setup for Thorns. It is just so interesting how it's set up right now. The Demon Form Thorns Ice Armor was insane. Oh, the Arctic Armor Uncapped Demon Flame, that was fun with Trample Toe. Yeah, I love that build. I probably have to do another... I've done an Arctic Armor build every patch, and I'll probably be doing another one this patch. Maybe we do a Druid Arctic Armor build. Yeah, I loved my Arctic Armor build. That was a lot of fun. I did a Poison Pathfinder one. I did an Infernalist one. I did a Gemling one. I did a Blood Mage one. Maybe the Druid one is next for Arctic Armor. Maybe Druid is next. Hey, Curtis. The reveal is in 45 minutes for the stream. Reveal is in 45 minutes. Maybe I'll just sit there with the timer up so we can... Yeah. Poison, any bleed, or any form of ailment Plasma Blast build is super fun, in my opinion. I love ailment builds for Plasma Blast. We are 45 minutes until the launch. Nice Lily streaming as well. Well, I was just playing the game like 10 minutes ago, but a patch came out. That's like, I think it's just a patch for the shop. they're putting the new supporter packs in the shop, and I'm updating for that patch right now. And it's taking forever. But no, the real game doesn't come out for a week. Supporter packs, yeah, supporter packs is what I'm updating for right now. We're supposed to get the patch notes today, which I'm excited for, but we won't. I don't know. Nothing in gameplay-wise happens today. Unfortunately, we have a week of suffering. Alright, we're almost done validating. This took forever. Almost done validating. There we go. Alright. We are back in. My food's almost done. So I'm going to get my food soon, and then we'll finish Act 2, and then we'll probably have time for the reveal stream. Let me see if it's live already, so I can get that, like, set up. I doubt they're already live this early. Path of Exile 2. Who's all live? Oh, they are live already. We got Quinn live, DM live. Oh, man, all the OGs are live. Everyone's already cooking. Hell yeah. Damn, look at Rabbit. Rabbit got good viewership today. Got Tries live, hell yeah. There's the homie Barricade. I love these types of things, man. Like, there's nothing like this in any other gaming community where, like, you just have this, like, culture of hype. Where just everyone shows up for, like, these big announcement days. Like, GGG have really just... They are masterclass. Absolute masterclass. Let me... get at least a tab open with the reveal stream on it. Okay. Sweet. Alright. Oh, I'll have to get sound set up for it. Let me see if I mute. If it's already... Oops. Can you guys hear the Twitch stream music for, like, the countdown? Can y'all hear that fine? I'm assuming y'all can. Yeah, I see it looks like it's working on my OBS. So, okay. That is all set up then. That looks all good to me. It's a little loud? Yeah, I turned it down a lot. It won't be that loud when we play it. When we do the reaction. Okay, so 42 minutes. I assume my food is done any second now, so... Cool. Oh, I'm so hyped, guys. I'm so hyped. I hope the shapeshifts look cool. I hope the League mechanic looks cool. I hope we're getting an Atlas tree rework. Ugh. I'm so hyped. Alright, I will be right back. With hopefully my food soon. And then we will probably... I don't know if we'll finish that Act 2 run. We'll try. We'll see what the time looks like. Back with food. $40 boys. Here, I'll just keep the timer up on the screen for now. What are your guys' biggest wants for this patch? You had to list one thing that had to change for your enjoyment. Mine's Atlas Tree. We need a new Atlas Tree. I think the Atlas passive getting an overhaul, best thing for the game. I hope it's a good overhaul, too. Obviously. Probably didn't need to be said, but... I just, like, the Atlas Tree is just so boring. What will you do if shapeshifting is in the Ascendancies? Well, I'm not even sure I'm going to be League starting Thorns, so... And I would be playing Thorns with shapeshifting, so... I would play Druid, for sure. My second character, like, whenever I would play the Thorns character, it would be whatever Ascendancy looks best for Bear form. Or Wolf form. So, and if that was attached to Druid, you know, I would be forced to play Druid, but... That would be an interesting direction to go. That'd be an interesting direction to go. You are 10,000% going Wolf Druid? Yeah. I mean... I could be baited into it. I have to see what the patch notes change. I have to see what the Ascendancies look like. It's not a hard no for me yet. Now, there's a good chance, like, if I get the Thorns buffs I want, I League start, like a werewolf build for Thorns. But I'm not convinced it will be on Druid. Because I really like the warrior archetype. I like Titan. I think Titan is like one of the best Ascendancies, so... I think like Titan Bear could be awesome, right? Or like Witch Hunter Werewolf. So I'm not convinced on doing it on Druid. But Shapeshift I might do. Not specifically for League Start. Like, you know, the debate is about League Start, right? The debate is like, do I League Start for Thorns or is Thorns second, right? I'm 100% playing some Shapeshift build first or second. It just depends on if it's first or not. Hey, what's up, Matekia? I think I said your name wrong. Matica. Are you excited for the League launch? Or the announcement, I guess? I keep saying launch, but announcement. Holding out for Beastmaster. Like, so yeah, we could get a new 100th Ascendancy. We can get a new Ranger Ascendancy. Sorceress. And Monk. They are all missing Ascendancies still. And don't forget, we have like the 0.5 Ascendancies like Abyssal Lich. So who knows if we get like something Abyssal Lich like. I think Druid is coming with 2 Ascendancies. And then I'm assuming we're getting at least one other Ascendancy, and then maybe a half Ascendancy. I'm honestly not super interested in new stuff. to be honest. I'm interested in what's changing of the old stuff. Like maybe, you know, Witch Hunter got a buff. You know, maybe Chronomancer got another rework. Interesting. Blood Mage or Gemling related. Gotcha. Oh yeah, Blood Mage is fine. Blood Mage needs a nerfs, if anything. Probably not nerfs, but Blood Mage doesn't need buffs, that's for sure. I seriously doubt they're going to be Druid Ascendancies only, but it would change how I approach the patch a lot in a good way, I think. But I think they're going to be global. I don't think so, TJ. That would be nice, though. I would love it if we had the patch this weekend, because I am bored as hell. I think Druids might have an ascendancy with, like, you get instant cast shapeshifts, which is, like, only accessible otherwise through a support gem. But if I had to bet, I would be shocked if there was a Druid-specific shapeshift at all. But maybe. That's like all the info we need right now, right? Is that kind of stuff, so. Hopefully we learn a lot from the ZiggyD Q&A. Sorry guys, I'm almost done eating and then I'll go and try and finish Act 2 on that Witch Hunter run. Well, there is an example of that already in the game, Sour, with Demon Form Infernalist. That's why a lot of people kind of assume that the shapeshifts were going to be tied to ascendancies, is because the one shapeshift we do have is tied to an ascendancy. I don't think that's how they're going with shapeshifts, though. Druid got delayed 18 times because of animations. And what would take a lot of animations? Animations for every base class turning into shapeshifts, so. Well, I do agree it feels a lot different, Sour, but that's why people think that way. You know. I'm pretty sure Druid's Ascendancy, or shapeshifts, excuse me, shapeshifts aren't Druid. Shapeshifts are Talisman related and Primal related, but Druid will not be a requirement. Yeah, I could see maybe a single form being attached to the Ascendancy, but shapeshifts, most of them will probably be like, you can use them on anyone. We need more defensive stuff, though. I'm hoping for, like, new auras or something. Potentially. Potentially, but, Yeah, well, we're about to find out, hopefully. So, yeah, it just depends. There's a lot of variables, but if I were to, like, take a guess, Thorns will get some buffs, but nothing insanely game-changing. So my first character is going to be my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, and my second character will be a Thorns Druid. That is where my head is currently predicting. But I am open to being convinced by patch notes to the Druid Thorns being first. But if I had to guess, I'm not going to get the changes I want. What's up, Kiwa? You're doing the Bulletstorm Witch Hunter? Is that the build you're playing? And yeah, I love that build, man. It's very likely going to be my league start. We will see what the patch notes give us. Okay, let us swap. Back to game. What? I have to patch again? Okay. Never mind. We are not ready for game. We are not ready for game. Apparently I have to download another patch. I was going to try and finish Act 2, but maybe we won't have time now. Bulletstorm is flying. I love the build, man. I'm glad you like it. It's very... if I don't league start it, I will be doing a league start update and video guide for the launch. So even if I don't end up playing it, I'm making guides for it for sure. It's my favorite build, man. It is so fun. And this time I'm going to make sure I solve single target. Like, I'm going to full clear the game. I'm going to make the build as good as it possibly can. Like, normally, like, I'll lean into themes and stuff, and sometimes I, like, do the build a disservice and never make it as good as I possibly can for, like, other thematic reasons. But, I'm going to go all out on it this time if I league start it. Maybe push for level 100. Maybe it'll be my first level 100 character. But yeah, Bulletstorms, man. I am patching again. I'm going to be right back a couple minutes, and then hopefully we can finish the Act 2 run, and then we'll have time for the live stream, so... Be right back real quick. Okay. I am back. Patch is halfway through again. I don't know why I had to patch twice, but we might not be able to finish the character on stream today. Well, not finish him, but give it Act 2. I'll probably do a stream tomorrow where I actually do a full Act 1 through Act 4 on the character when we have the patch notes, because the patch notes will give me a clear idea of how I should level, if, like, grenades are being nerfed or not. Witch Hunter has always been my favorite class. There were times that I would say that Titan was my favorite, especially early on, because when I was very new to build making, I loved how fun hulking form was for the passive tree for enabling off-meta builds. But since 0.1, my best Thorns character was a Witch Hunter. I have played Witch Hunter every single patch, and last patch and this patch, I had 2 to 3 Witch Hunter builds. Like, one in solo self-found and, like, different styles and stuff. Witch Hunter is absolutely my favorite ascendancy. Like, it's absolutely my favorite ascendancy. Like, I could very likely, like, see myself calling, like, the Gladiator mercenary stuff, excuse me, the Gladiator duelist stuff, that has a potential for overthrowing Witch Hunter, but there's something about the extra passive points for the weapon sets, and then Culling Strike and Decimating Strike, I just find really fun. Like, I don't know how to explain it. And then you have Zealous Inquisition, which is like AoE for like non-AoE builds. And then you have Sorcery Ward, which is a good defensive layer. Like, it has so many tools to solve build making problems. And then after the Bulletstorm, when I played my first real Culling Strike build, that was my favorite build I've ever played. Culling Strike is like, it's like, I don't know if this makes sense, but like, Culling Strike isn't meme, but it's got that meme feel. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a new player and like you're gonna look at something like Culling Strike and be like, oh, that's weird. Like, and you're probably not gonna be instantly. It's got that almost off meta flair to it, but its power has like meta potential. I don't know if Culling Strike builds were ever like super big in PoE 1. I have no idea. I have no idea if there was like a big like super lean into Culling Strike threshold builds in that game. But my Culling Strike threshold was at like 93% for white mobs, which was so fun. Like, I don't know, like, it's got that meme flair to it, that off-meta flair, but it's got power that you can scale, and if it just gets better over time, like, I don't know, I really like Culling Strike, and I really like Witch Hunter. The combination of Decimating Strike, removing a percentage of a mob's life, like 5 to 30% I think it is, combined with that Culling Strike threshold, it's just like, I don't know, it's super fun. You just have to manually do the Culling Strike threshold math? Yes. There's no in-game tooltip for the Culling Strike thresholds as of right now. As of right now. And then, yeah, it was like, literally the Culling Strike stuff can work with any skill, but the thing about the Bulletstorm is, let me get a clip of it. I'll just, like, show the build on stream right now. Because it's just so fun to watch. Like, it's such a fun build. Now, this is the build, like. So, like, armor-piercing rounds, in general, it doesn't do much damage. But it's got the unique ability that it's, like, a skill that you can hold left click on, so it makes it got that run and gun field. You're literally just holding left click. When you get into high enough attack speed, what people don't realize is attack speed increases reload speed. So you just scale attack speed, and eventually, like, you don't even see me reload. Like if you look at my ammo in the bottom right, you see it hit 0, and then I instantly reload and I'm shooting again. So like it has the ability to just have as many projectiles out as possible, and as you can see here from like leveling early on when I had it as a twink character, you were able to level this way from the start. It really doesn't come online until you get Myris Uxor and like the Culling Strike threshold stuff, because that's like, you can see here like some of these mobs are taking way too long to die. But in endgame, when you have your Culling Strike threshold super juiced, let's like find a clip for it. Like most mobs are dying instantly. And this video here was when I was like day 2 or 3 of this build. My Culling Strike threshold was probably super low at this point. I probably like didn't even have a exceptional base at this point. So, like, it just gets scaled so much higher. You never know if we're getting more things that scales Culling Strike in the patch. We never know if we're getting new things for Culling Strike. And yeah, this build was just far from optimized. I really didn't give it, like, a good optimization attempt. Because I was refusing to use grenades. And this was still, like, my best performing build ever. It was a Secamus clear. And yeah, like, it'll be online day 1. Like, there's no competition for this gear. Like, no one's gonna be playing Culling Strike builds because everyone's playing Druid builds. So, it's a super fun build. It's powerful. It can boss. It can map. It's got good move speed. It's cheap. I league start this for like 3 days, 4 days. Like I get a full tour of the end game, and then we reroll the Thorns Druid. And at that point, we'll have a better understanding of like what bear form defenses are looking like and stuff. Obviously, though, with this announcement about to come out, I might just get baited into playing Thorns Druid for launch. So, but if we play this build on launch, like this is what it looks like. You're literally just running through maps, holding left click. And everything, like, most of these enemies you see, all the white enemies, they're getting almost instantly cold. Because at this point in this video, I think my Culling Strike threshold for white enemies was like 74%. I got it to almost 100%, to where if I touched any common enemy, it instantly died. And hopefully we can just get that scaled higher, and yeah, I don't know, there's lots of ways to scale this build. But yeah, it's probably what I am... It's either my first or second build for sure. No matter what, first or second build is a Thorns Druid, or a Thorns Shapeshifter, and a Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. It's just, the patch notes will decide which is first. This build, my gut tells me, my brain tells me, and my heart tells me I should just play this build first. I don't need to, get out of here, you. I don't need to bait myself into playing Thorns unless it gets buffs. Can we add poison somehow? So, I don't remember, Kiowa, which episode of my podcast it was, but I showcased a version of this build that was on a Pathfinder using poison. So yes, there is a variation of this build for poison. You would not do it on Witch Hunter. With Witch Hunter, you'd be playing, you know, Culling Strike probably, right? That's why you're playing Witch Hunter, right? It's for Culling Strike. But there was, I showcased it on my podcast when we do our build of the week a few weeks back. So if you look up like armor piercing rounds poison Pathfinder, maybe you can find it. But yes, there is a poison version of this build. It just wouldn't be on Witch Hunter. It'd be on Pathfinder or another Ascendancy maybe. But yeah. Yep, for bosses I was using Plasma Blast, and then hopefully using it better. Yeah, exactly, Scroat. So, I never got around to testing that mechanic that Wooly showed off with the Spear-filled Spear of Loroida tech. That would absolutely solve bossing, 100%. Like, there's ways to solve bossing. Like, that's why I'm confident that, like, I could league start this build and have a full tour of the end game and be completely happy with it, right? Like, I know there would be ways to solve single target with it. It just seems like a safe league start to me, you know? Just seems like a safe league start. I mean, at this point, I should just wait for the countdown to finish. We'll just wait for the countdown to finish. 15 minutes. I could try and finish Act 2, but whatever. Let's just watch the countdown. We'll just wait, and we'll watch the announcement, boys. Yeah, so I was doing a solo self-found sour for my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. And I eventually swapped to Prada's build because I couldn't get Myris Uxor. It was too hard to play my Bulletstorm build without Myris Uxor, and I couldn't get it in solo Southbound, so I ended up swapping the Prada's build. So, you know, Witch Hunter's just cracked, man. The thing about Prada's build is I really liked his weapon swap tech for movement speed, but that I don't think that works with the Bulletstorm. Part of what makes the Bulletstorm fun is like you're running and gunning, right? You're just like, you're using your base movement speed and you're just holding left click always. So I don't know if I would move that tech in with the Bulletstorm build, sadly. Because I was thinking about, I was like actually planning out like a build version where I was like, I would move Prada's movement speed tech into the Bulletstorm, but when I was thinking about it, I was like, that wouldn't feel good because you're wanting to run and gun. You're like forced to play high movement speed on the Witch Hunter. When you play it my way, with the bullets, with the armor-piercing rounds. But yeah, Prada's build's awesome, and we might end up using that tech depending on what kind of build we do. Because, yeah, we'll see. Because I could still I could end up league starting Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, and then end up getting baited into swapping to one of the shapeshifts, you know. So, who knows what happens, man. It's weird when you want to have expectations for the, is this what it's like? Is this why people have build order anxiety, or build choice anxiety? It's because, you have your personal favorites, but there's all the new stuff, so it's just, I think I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get the build choice anxiety, where people are, until the last minute, they don't know what build they're gonna play. It's just because there's so much you want to play. Are the drops on yet? The drops are on. You just watch on Twitch. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, if you come watch on Twitch, you get access to drops. Yeah, that's my life right now, is I love this Bulletstorm Witch Hunter, man. And I think it would be I feel like it would be a successful build launch, right? Or build for League launch, right? For anyone who doesn't want to play, it's a fun build. It was probably my most popular build from the League. Despite my Thorn's Warbreaker. I guess that was probably more popular, but I don't know. I feel like it would do well. I don't think there's any Druid build, unless it was a Thorns Druid build I made, that would compete with anyone else's. So, there's that aspect of it as for the creator. I don't know. We'll find out soon. This will decide everything. Well, the patch notes decides everything. God, man. It's so hard. This is why I play 10 builds a league. I mean, that's where I am at, but it's it's weird because that's how I play the game. I have 10 builds a league, right? But part of me doesn't want that, you know? Part of me wants to be able to sit on a single build for over a month, if that makes sense. And we don't have that at all in PoE 2 right now. In PoE 2, I feel like I'm on to the next, unless you're doing something like King Kongor, where he's, pushing his character to, peak defenses, past defenses you don't need anymore, right? I just don't, I feel like my character's done by, 7 days. 2 weeks tops. And I really want a longer journey on a character. I would love to sit on a Thorns character for 6 weeks. One character, and just have this escalating process, but I don't think that's possible. I think it'll always probably be I don't know, a ADHD brain 5 to 10 builds a week type thing. See, that's what I'm wanting to do, Sour, is I want to push a character to level 100 too, and maybe I do it on the Witch Hunter. Maybe I do my Bulletstorm Witch Hunter to level 100. Or a Thorns Druid to 100. I haven't done a 100 push yet. It's tough. There's so much fun, the stuff to do. I don't want to spoil any of the leaks, but one of the leaks says something about Endgame that adds a lot to the longevity of the League. So, hopefully that part's fun. I'm most excited to see the northwest part of the tree. Past the tree, same. Yes. One of the big things for me is, I've tried every single patch to make armor energy shield builds work, Quest Fiend. Or is that Friend? Quest Friend. I've tried to make armor energy shield builds work so many times. And I'm really hoping that side of the tree getting filled out with more armor ES stuff enables us to play armor ES finally. At like a high level. Because, like, think about it. You have an armor, right? Which you can scale very high. And now we have armor converts elemental damage, like that defensive layer, right? So you're able to, like, just stack a bunch of energy shield as your life, and then you're just, like, the armor is negating so much elemental damage, so, like, it just seems like the perfect combination for, like, my struggles with thorns. Especially if we got armor energy shield recoup. Like, I really want armor ES to be good. And it's just ass. It's so bad. I know, that's why I want to Sour. I want to play Thorns, but every time someone says stuff, it makes me want to play my Witch Hunter more. If Crown of the Pale King is a keystone, though, I think we would 100% play Thorns on Witch Hunter. Because then we can do Calling Strike Thorns. I'm a big Witch Hunter simp. Depends on what the Druid Ascendancy looks like, but my guess would be Witch Hunter Bulletstorm and then Titan for Thorns. Like, if I was to do Bear Thorns, if you look at the stun stuff, if you look at the life stuff, if you look at the armor stuff, Titan Bear seems like the play to me. It just, I don't know why I'm not super stoked on the Druid Ascendancies yet, but we'll see what they give. Exactly. Well, for bossing, you would still want high Thorns damage, but it would definitely help a lot in mapping, especially with Zealous Inquisition, right? Zealous Inquisition has that built-in AoE. And then another thing I love about Witch Hunter is Sorcery Ward. One of the biggest downsides of Thorns is, you know, you're always getting killed. It's a one-shot prone Ascendancy, because you're having to wear 3 uniques. You can only get to, like, 3,000 life max. I mean, yeah, because of the stun stuff. There's stun Thorns builds with Prize Pain, so, like, I'm genuinely think that, like, you'd be leveling as Bear Thorns. But yeah, there's a few major changes that has to happen to Thorns for me to League start it, and I'm not ruling them out. If the support gems get changed and Crown of the Pale King gets changed, I probably will League start Thorns, so we'll see what happens. I just don't think both of those are likely to happen in the same patch. That would be insane. I don't think they will, Sour. Because you're right. If they ever did change that, Witch Hunter would be busted. They would be S tier on everyone's tier list. I mean, that's why, like, that's my hope, Scroats, is that, like, Bear form is just an inherently tanky, which whether it scales extra life or extra armor. I've talked about it a lot, but if you haven't heard me say it, my dream Thorns build for... It doesn't have to be on the Druid, unless Shapeshifts are tied to Druids, but Weapon Set 1 is Bear form, and Weapon Set 2 is Wolf form. So you're in Bear form for anything tanky, you're face-tanking bosses or something, and then for mapping and high mobility situations, you're in Werewolf form. And you're utilizing both weapon sets, right? And if you're doing that on a Witch Hunter with the extra weapon sets, you can really lean into, like, attack speed and, like, mobility and stuff on the Werewolf. And then on the Bear, you're leaning into armor, defenses, survivability, so you can tank the boss hits and stuff. That is my dream scenario for, like, a shapeshifter Thorns character. Is you're playing both forms. So you're not just a Werewolf Thorns. You're not just a Werebear Thorns. You're doing both. So if I do it, whenever I do play the Thorns shapeshifter this patch, I will be trying to force that style. I will be going actively trying to make a weapon set swap work. Because that's how, like, I'm a big Druid fan from Classic WoW. Back in Classic WoW, I used to PvP a lot on a Feral Druid. And in that game, Feral is very much like a master of all forms. You're, like, shape-shifting back and forth constantly. It's very fluid. And that's what I want. Like, that's why most ARPG Druids never satisfy me, is they never really get that feel. But PoE 2 is set up in a way with weapon passives, or weapon set passives, that you can do that, you know? You have that opportunity to really specialize 2 different builds within one. So, yeah, this is my hope. Hey, thanks, Guts. I appreciate you, man. Do you have a wish list, like swords or another class? I mean, so, like, this is the first ARPG that I've played, like, lots of different builds. I'm almost always a Cyclone player. Whirlwind, Spin to Win, whatever you want to call them. I always play that in every other ARPG. So, like, my wish list is swords with Cyclone. Like, I assume swords is with Cyclone. So, whatever Cyclone has, if that's axes, then axes, right? But I love Cyclone. I think it would pair really well with Thorns. When you think about Thorns having to, like... Or even Arctic Armor, right? You know how you want, like, Arctic Armor with Trample Toe? If you had Cyclone, but with, like, the pull-in, you know how you could get it to suck enemies in? Like, you turn your character into a Thorns Blender, right? So, like, Cyclone, not just for Cyclone builds, but just for enabling meme builds, like... That's my #1 wish list. Outside of, like, the endgame rework, or Delve. Like, Delve is, like, my favorite game mode from PoE 1. So... Getting Delve is, like, huge for me. But yeah, Cyclone is just Cyclone is my go-to, you know. Even in 3.27, I played Cyclone on a Poison Assassin. I was trying out the new Poison Ascendancy, the Assassin Ascendancy changes, and I played Cyclone on that, you know. I'm a big Cyclone simp. I think my playstyles have definitely shifted a lot. I don't think I'd be a Cyclone main in PoE 2 anymore. Maybe. It depends on how it plays. If it actually plays pure Spin to Win, then obviously that's good. The thing about Cyclone that I love is it's like, you're just kind of gliding through the map, you know? It's got a very fun feel to it. Whenever you have an infinite Cyclone, you're literally just, you're like floating through the map like butter. It just feels fun to play. See, Scroats, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that, man. Because that's exactly why I'm worried about Cyclone. That's why I alluded at, like, I don't know if it's going to work like that in PoE 2s, because they're going to do something fuel mechanic, man. They're gonna ruin it like all other channel skills. Appreciate you, Sire Ward. Glad you guys like the videos and stuff. If you guys are fans of the podcast, we released the episode with Blaze yesterday, but this Saturday, Miso's back, and we're going to be doing the podcast live again. So this Saturday, we'll be doing the patch notes, like the podcast going over everything from today. So that's not today, but we are doing a patch notes podcast Saturday. Yep, we're live here. Yep, we are live. Whenever he starts talking, guys... let me know if I need to turn up his volume or not. I'll actually, go ahead and get it a little louder. If they fuel Cyclone rewrite, I don't know, man. GGG likes to do these curveball things. I really don't think they would, but yeah. I'm like hiding, so yeah, I keep saying it. I'm not trying to dull anyone's hype for Druid. For some reason, I'm not hyped about Druid. I'm hyped about Druid skills and the shapeshifts. I have to see what the Ascendancies do before I'm hyped about them. I'm hyped about the shapeshifts. I'm really hyped about the shapeshifts. But Druid, I'm not sure I'm hyped yet. I'm not sure I'm hyped yet. I'm more hyped about Templar than Druid for that side of the tree. Yep, strength int tools need help. We need more armor. Like, most people filter out, no joke, most people filter out armor energy shield bases because they're fucking useless. No one plays armor energy shield because it's so bad, so... Alright, let me know how he sounds, chat. I'll try not to talk too much over him.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal for what's coming
God,
next for
he's
Path
so
of
damn
Exile 2.
cute.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Verdant Wilds dodge roll effect by following the instructions below. Now today, it's finally time to show off a new class that we know everyone in the community's been waiting for. So let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, The Last of the Druids.
How's the volume, guys? Up or down? Perfect. Okay.
Well, well. What have we got here then?
You lost, fella?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I asked you a question.
What's wrong with him?
Ah, he's lost his bloody mind.
Lightning, poison, and fire look like. Makes sense. Ooh, the wolf form! Oh! It looks fast. It looks fast. Is that a thorn whip? Bullet Storm Chimera? Are you about the Bullet Storm Chimera? That was cool. That was cool. That was cool. GGG is so sick, man. They know how to cook.
I will find you, Eve.
Now, as you can see, the Druid is a shape-shifting elemental spellcaster. After his fellow Druids were destroyed by the King in the Mists, the Druid lost his humanity in the forests of Ogham, where he wandered for years as a beast. Now, finally reawakened, he's determined to find his lost wife and regain his
show us that
humanity.
butt again.
The Druid has been one of the hardest classes for us to design. As well as having human spells, he has 3 animal forms, and we wanted to make sure that there were interesting combos between all of them. The Druid is our first hybrid strength and intelligence class. That means he needs to have the ability to use spells and attacks. As a human, the Druid typically uses magical staves
Elemental
to harness
infusion
the
with that
powers of the earth
tornado.
and the natural world. One of the first skills you will learn is the ability to create small volcanoes from the earth. This skill spits out balls of magma at your enemies, and will continue to do
Balls.
so for some time. While the volcano is active, turn into an animal and wade into melee range. Many of the skills you use as a human last for a significant period of time, giving you a good chance to turn into an animal and rage out.
What's that bar? Look in the
How do you
bottom
turn
right.
into
There was
an
a
animal,
red
you may
bar
ask?
above your
Well,
skill
the
bar
answer
down
is a new
here.
weapon type that Druids use, animal talismans. When you equip an animal talisman, you can choose which animal form you would like the talisman to represent. Depending on what you choose, you'll be given that animal's basic attack as a new skill to equip. For a bear, that's Maul. To turn into a bear, simply use the skill. Your character will instantly transform into a bear and attack. If you want to change back to a human, just cast a spell.
Bruh,
You'll instantly
let's
swap back
go!
We wanted to make sure that swapping between forms was seamless and immediate. Changing
Yes!
forms should be something that you do without even thinking about it all the time in battle.
Yes, that's what I
In
wanted.
order
I
to
wanted
allow for
instant
hybrid melee and
cast.
caster gameplay, most of the skills you use in your human form last for some time and aid your animal skills in some way. The volcano we used earlier will emit more molten balls whenever you hit it with a slam, making it perfect for use with your bear form's furious slam. While in bear form, many of your abilities use rage. There are a lot of ways to generate rage, but the easiest one is simply smash your enemies with Maul. Once you see the runes on your back glowing, It means you have enough rage to do a much more devastating version of your Furious Slam.
We're gonna have to play Thorn's Bear. Like, I'm already know I'm
Your
getting
bear
baited
form
into
can also
playing
go
it.
on a rampage, stomping the ground as you demolish your foes. The more rage you have, the longer the rampage lasts, and doing it over a volcano makes it even better. As you consume rage, your bear form will generate endurance charges, and these can be used with skills like Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a war cry that empowers your subsequent attacks to break your opponent's armor. The more endurance charges you have when you use it, the more empowered attacks you will gain. But Ferocious Roar has another special feature too. It's a meta gem that allows you to socket any Warcry gem from another class into it, giving you the ability to use these skills as a bear.
Wow.
Use the Warrior's Infernal Cry skill to make your enemies explode. Or use Seismic Cry to stun your enemies and double up the number of slams you do. You can even use it with Ancestral Call, a skill that turns you into the fire god Khal. Ever wondered what the Karui god of war would look like if he was a bear? Well, wait no longer. Finally, build up enough rage and you can use one of the bear's ultimate abilities, Walking Calamity. This skill summons a storm of fire around you for some time, while generating even more rage to power your other abilities. A true bear-pocalypse. Now the bear is known for being a slower and more lumbering animal, with slower attacks and heavy slams. But what if you want to turn into something a little more nimble? Well, let's check out the second animal form for the druid, wolf form. For the wolf form, we wanted to go fast and furious. Even just the wolf's basic
Damn, look how
attack
many
will
skills
leap
are on his
forward and
bar.
rake his foes.
It's like 6
After
skills.
attacking, the wolf stands up on 2 legs, but after running for a short time, he goes back on all 4s, allowing to move more quickly between packs of enemies.
Bruh.
The wolf has a lot of cold attacks based on his association with the moon, and the
Cold?
first of these is Lunar Assault. It's great for freezing your enemies in place.
Not good
After
for
they're
Thorns.
frozen, use your basic rake attack to knock shards of ice off your enemies, which land on the ground nearby and explode. If you want to get into battle quickly, you can use your pounce attack. This skill leaps at a target and applies a mark to them. Killing the marked enemy will summon a wolf minion to your side, allowing them to fight with you. Mark and kill as many enemies as you can to build up a sizable pack. While an enemy is marked, your
Interesting.
wolves will prioritize that target and do more damage the more wolves you have, so make sure you keep your pack strong. Now, one problem you might run into is your wolf pack dying in boss fights. You often don't have any enemies that you can mark and kill in order to regenerate your pack. To deal with this problem, you can use Cross Slash. Cross Slash jumps backwards and does a vicious double slash. Any marks on your target explode and triggers their abilities. This allows you to pounce to mark an enemy and then summon a wolf even without killing it. Cross Slash also has another feature though. Remember those ice fragments from before? Well, Cross Slash will propel any ice shards on the ground towards its central target. First, freeze your enemies with Lunar Assault. Then rake them to create as many ice fragments as you can.
What is this
Then follow up with Cross Slash
DPS?
to generate a field of icy explosions to obliterate your enemies.
If he was playing Thorns, this guy would be dead like an hour ago.
If they're still alive after that, your pack of wolves can finish them off. Just like with the bear's raw skill earlier that allows you to use skills from other classes, Pounce is also a meta gem that you can socket mark skills from other classes into.
Oh, cool.
So for example, you might want to try adding Freezing Mark from the Monk to Pounce. After pouncing at an enemy, Cross Slash to explode the mark and gain extra cold damage for a time. The wolf has
Interesting.
many other ways to go all in on
Look how many
cold.
wolves.
Using the Arctic Howl Warcry will allow you to add cold damage and chilled ground to any slam, while buffing your pack of wolves as well. You can also use it to freeze enemies that are close to being frozen, making it much faster to use your other combos. Finally, the wolf also has the ability to call down the power of the moon to transform into an Arctic werewolf with Lunar Blessing. In this form, you move and attack more quickly and deal extra cold damage. Consuming Rage will extend the duration of your Arctic wolf form, so you could try a hybrid bear and wolf build if you want to utilize the skill to its full
That's what I
effect.
said. Hybrid Bear and Wolf for Thorns. Though the freeze stuff I'm questioning. Freeze is not good for Thorns, so like maybe we have to find an
Let's
ice to
talk about the
conversion
third form
thing.
available to the druid, and I think it's a cool one. The Wyvern. The Wyvern has a number of long-range breath abilities, but that doesn't mean you can't get into melee range when you want to.
It
The
looks
basic
sick.
attack of the Wyvern is Rend. Jump forward into combat and slash your enemies with your lethal talons. If they're close to being stunned, you can blow them off balance with a blast from your wings, causing an explosion of damage.
Wonder if we can play
After the
Thorns
battle,
with
though,
this.
It's time to feed. Devour the corpses of monsters to create power charges, and this is when the Wyvern's abilities really come online. When using Rend, you can consume a power charge to charge up your wings with lightning. Not only does this do a bunch of damage, but it allows you to turn this melee skill into a much larger AoE attack. Once your wings are charged, your Wing Blast will also do lightning explosions for even more damage. If your enemies are close to death, no need to wait for them to actually die. When you see this blue marker, just devour them alive. Fresh meat is much tastier after all. Alright, so those are some melee options, but how about range? Well, you wouldn't be much of a dragon if you couldn't breathe fire after all. Rolling Magma is the first of the Wyvern's breath attacks.
Really?
Spit balls of fire that bounce along the ground.
Rolling magma.
These balls will trigger volcanoes as well, so it's a good idea to cast one as a human right before you start spitting. But that's not all you can spit. You have something a little nastier in that gullet of yours. Spitting a barrage of oil at your enemies will cover them in a viscous sludge that makes them easier to ignite. If you have power charges though, plant your wings in the ground and vomit a barrage of lightning-infused projectiles. The more power charges you have, the longer you can do this for. But make sure you keep your foes at range. You're vulnerable to melee attacks while channeling this skill. In order to help
Wow.
with that, let's take a quick diversion back to some of your human abilities. As a druid of Scoth, you have the ability to harness
not
the power of
seeing
nature
much-
to create entangling vines to slow down your enemies. Another of nature's punishments is the thunderstorm. Creating one of these will create periodic strikes of lightning from the sky, and will also make your enemies wet. Why is that useful? Well, of course, things that are wet are
Wet.
easier to shock. Use it with lightning damage from your wyvern form to enhance your damage. Making things
the
wet
fuck?
also makes them easier to freeze, so it works nicely with your wolf form as well. And you know what else likes water? Plants. Water your plants to give them various extra abilities. Use Lightning Storm with Entangle to make them last longer, and attach more vines to each enemy, slowing them further. Summon Thrashing Vines to slam at your enemies for a time. Any that are created in water will be larger and deal more
Bruh.
damage.
Druid looks fun.
Now then, with our enemies sufficiently subdued with our plants, time to really lay into them with our lightning-infused barrage. Now, this last wyvern ability is just ridiculous, but we felt like we had to do it.
Do it.
Use Flame Breath to take to the skies and rain down a stream of fire on your enemies. You have wings, so we have to take full advantage of them after all. So fly around and burn in it.
Burninate? Yeah, dude! The fucking Trogdor reference.
Now there are a few other skills we didn't cover, but there's one in particular that I think will open up a lot of builds. Spell Totems.
Spell
Are
totems?
metagems that let you create a totem that will automatically cast any spell in the game for a time.
Bruh.
In order to create one, you will need to spend 3 endurance or 3 power charges. You could use them to throw fireballs, summon comets, or shower the area in lightning. Really, the options are kind of endless. Your bear form can easily generate endurance charges by consuming rage, and your wyvern form can easily create power charges by eating corpses. So it's pretty easy for the druid to get the charges needed.
Too
But
much
they're
fun
also available
stuff.
from quite a few other places as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of different spellcaster classes thinking about how best to take advantage of these.
Yep.
Now, of course, along with a new class comes a bunch of new support gems. We've added over 30 new supports throughout the game. But I'll show you a few of the cooler ones here. Fan the Flames can be added to any wind skill to spread fire from one ignited enemy to the other enemies behind them. It's great for the Wyvern's Wing Blast. But you can also use it on many other classes with wind skills, like the Twisters on the Huntress, or the Monk's Staggering Palm Projectiles. Accelerated growth causes extra explosive
What?
plants to erupt from the ground whenever you grow plants with rain.
Does that mean... Okay, we might be able to make Ignite
And Advancing
Prolification
Storm
work with
changes
Thorns.
storm
then.
skills like your Thunderstorm or Tornado to move across the battlefield.
You get a big
It's
Ignite
great
from
for
a
watering
Thorns
plants
hit,
en
and then
masse.
you spread it with the Wind
Or to
Blast.
turn
Like,
tornadoes into a real disaster.
Fire
by
Thorn's
sucking up
Monk.
multiple ground effects as they travel along. And the Sorceress might like to use it with Firestorm as well. Echoing Cry causes your Warcry skills to echo. They will repeat a couple more times with a delay after you use them, giving you more empowered attacks. Use it for the Druid's animal form Warcries, or on the Warrior for a nice power boost. Grounding Shocks causes monsters you shock to turn into living Tesla coils, arcing lightning to nearby enemies. You could use it with your empowered wings for an extra damage boost, but it's also great with any other shocking skill. Try it out with
Thorns?
Lightning Spear. It obviously needed more AoE clear.
Lightning Thorns chain.
There's a whole pile more, but we'll leave those for you to discover.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to put support gem in it though.
Now with a new class comes new Ascendancy classes. The Druid
There we
will
go.
have two options for now, with a third being released later. The first class is the Shaman. The Shaman channels nature's elemental fury and can harness rage as a spellcaster,
The
unifying
Shaman?
his animalistic and magical tendencies. By allocating Druidic Champion, you gain spell damage the angrier you are, and with Furious Wellspring, you generate rage continuously and can spend it to empower your spells. With the knowledge of the Asmerian Magi, the Shaman can harness untapped power from runes and idols. After allocating Wisdom of the Magi, you will notice that all runes and idols have extra mods only available to the Shaman. These new mods unlock countless new possibilities for enhancing your build. You can also allocate Bringer of the Apocalypse, allowing you to become a walking natural disaster. After dealing enough elemental damage, storms of all elements rain around you, destroying all who would face nature's fury.
That work with
There are
thorns?
other abilities for the Shaman, but I'll just show a few from each class for now. The other Druid Ascendancy is the Oracle. The Oracle perfected the power of Foresight and utilizes this in combat to gain massive advantage.
Oh, come on.
When taking Fateful Vision, you will see visions of your future self using specific skills. If you decide to follow this path by using the skill yourself, it will do significantly more damage.
What? What?
With converging paths, at a critical moment in battle when a monster is vulnerable to freeze, stun, or electrocution, the Oracle can use Moment of Vulnerability to see a vision of the enemy's future, and then merge it with the current timeline, allowing him to deal damage to both.
Huh?
And one of my favorites, when you first become an Oracle, you'll notice over 130 new extra passives appear in the Druid section of the tree. By allocating the Unseen Path, you use your power of Foresight to learn from alternate futures. and
What?
gain skills that would otherwise be unavailable to you. For example, self-sacrificing allows you to be able to summon more minions by reducing the spirit cost, with
What?
the trade-off of making your reservation skills cost more spirit. Or Corruption Endures, which allows oracles to have a small chance to avoid death. Both the Druid Ascendancies offer interesting and unique ways to
League
gain modifiers
starting.
that no other
League
class
starting
can get.
Oracle.
So we're expecting a huge variety of build possibilities from these.
League starting Thorns Oracle, I
Now,
guess.
there are unique talismans for the Druid to use as well. We won't spoil all of them, but this one was particularly cool. Fury of the King turns your bear form into a fire demon, converting most of your damage to fire. As a demon, you can also use Molten Crash, a jumping slam attack that leaves fissures around you. This unique also continuously grants glory, allowing you to use your ultimate abilities more easily.
Yo, GGG are
Now, of course, the
crazy,
Druid isn't
man.
the only thing we're adding to 040. We still have a bunch more to show. With every new release, we create a new league with new mechanics, new pinnacle bosses, and with a new story to tell. And this time is no exception. So let's roll the trailer for the Fate of the Vaal.
Oh shit, new trailer.
Palace of Queen Atziri. It is a ruin, but in the dark, machines still churn. The temple has many functions, and with it, a chance to save the Vaal.
Huh?
Gateway through time. Travel into the past again and again. Alter the temple. Uncover its secrets.
Yo!
You will be rewarded for your sacrifice.
Hey,
And
no,
somewhere
I'm keeping my ad block
in the
on.
deepest chamber,
GG doesn't need more money.
my queen awaits. I beg of you, hear me. The beast cannot give you what you desire.
You may have studied it, Doriani, but you do not know it like I do.
Booba.
It adores me.
Oh, more butt. Today's been a bootylicious
Come
stream.
now. Give unto me your desire.
Oh
At
shit,
last,
Jazzarus was
fulfill
right.
My soul.
Adziri had sex with the beast. Adziri had sex with the beast. Jazzarus was right.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In the Fate of the Vaal League, you will find remnants of the ancient Vaal civilization scattered throughout Rayclast. They seem to attract nearby creatures and affect them strangely. After killing them, the remnant appears to gain some amount of power, but not enough to fully activate it. It seems you will need to find 5 more of these arcane devices, and sacrifice the monsters you find there to fully activate one. But things don't always go to plan. These devices are old, and sometimes infected by corruption. Twisted versions of ancient Vaal may emerge, and sometimes even stronger foes. On fully activating one of the devices, you finally discover its true purpose. A portal opens and takes you deep underground to a lost temple, once
side
the home
areas.
of Adziri, Queen of the Vaal. What treasures could still be inside? I think you're gonna want to find out. In front of the entrance is a console of some kind, and on activating it, you can see a map of the temple. Adziri's personal chambers are on the far side, but how could anyone get there? There are disconnected rooms, and the layout doesn't seem to make sense.
Is this from PoE 1?
And that's when you realize the purpose of the ancient devices scattered through Rayclast. The temple is powered by sacrifice, and this energy can be used to modify the very structure of the temple itself. Each time you run the temple, you will be given 6 rooms that you can place, allowing you to craft your own dungeon to explore.
Oh, that's so
Place
cool.
paths to link up the dungeon, and place rooms beside them full of precious loot.
I mean,
After
that's
you are
so
happy
cool
with your
sounding,
choices,
at least.
open the temple and discover the results of your efforts. Each room contains different challenges along with its rewards.
Four
On
rooms.
entering a room, the doors will slam shut behind you and you will need to face the encounter within. But choose wisely. It's important where you place the rooms to get maximum returns. For example, when placing a commander, you could just place it anywhere along an existing path, but a much better strategy is to place it next to a garrison of troops for him to command.
Okay.
With better leadership, the garrison will level up, making the monsters harder, but also more rewarding. Different
I never
rooms
did
have
incursions,
different requirements for leveling up. For example, if you want to fully level up a smithy, you will need to supply it with golems from an adjacent golem works, and hook up a generator to the power network to supply it with power. After doing so, the golems will be powered up, making them much more dangerous.
Cool.
You don't need to memorize what interacts with what. When selecting a room, you will be shown the locations that will make other rooms level up, and exactly what effect it will have on the temple. After running the temple, a few of the rooms will destabilize and be removed. It will be
Oh.
up to you to rebuild the temple, adding 6 more rooms each time you come back, making the temple larger and larger and larger. So,
Cool.
that's the basic functionality of the temple.
Crossbows.
But there is
They're
a
getting
lot
buffed.
more. Once Doriani finds out about your travels to Liraval, he will attempt to persuade you to take on a new mission. The temple entrance contains a prototype of the time
That
portal
looked cool.
device. It will be able to take you back in time, but only to one specific point. Right before Adziri triggered the cataclysm that destroyed the Vaal. He requests that you go back and attempt to stop Adziri to prevent the Vaal from ever being destroyed.
Won't happen, dude. Their fate is sealed.
Adziri
That
is
was
on the
cool.
far side of the temple, so you will need to expand the temple significantly to get to her. And even worse, her chambers can only be unlocked by a room that isn't currently accessible to you. In order to deal with that, you are going to need to visit the architect of the temple. To get to him, you will need to place path rooms, but while doing so, you will probably want to exploit some of the Vaal technology
Bathrooms?
only available in the past. Once you can travel into the past, a whole new set of rooms are available to you, and they have some pretty insane rewards. At level 1, the corruption chamber can be used to corrupt a single item. But placing it next to a thaumaturge to run the place, and a sacrificial chamber to provide
Double
soul
corrupt?
energy, you'll be able to level it up. And it's worth it. Because once you get the room to level 3, there are some very nice rewards to be had. In a level 3 corruption chamber, you will find this mysterious device. It has a slot to place an item, and it only accepts items that are already corrupted.
Double corrupt.
What will happen to them? Well, normally once an item is corrupted, you can't modify it any further. But this device allows you to corrupt your item a second time, adding another enchantment.
Let's go, double
This has
corrupt.
the capability to craft some very powerful items indeed.
Bruh.
But
Thorn's
be
shown.
warned,
Thorn's
the
shown on
Vaal
stream.
are all about taking risks in the pursuit of power.
That was a Thorns
There is
enchant.
a 50% chance that the item will be destroyed.
Ooh, 50%.
Each room has its own interesting mechanics and rewards when it levels up. Many of them contain bosses to fight, special drops, and in many cases, new crafting opportunities. For example, a level 3 alchemy lab has a nasty Vaal construct to fight, but if you can defeat it, you can find new corrupted soul cores.
Corrupted
Like
soul.
Guatalitzi's thesis, which on boots allows you to sacrifice your life to run faster. Or Sita Qualottl's thesis, which on gloves will revive one of your minions
Bruh.
whenever an offering expires. Get a sacrificial chamber to level 3, and you will need to face a highborn priest of sacrifice. Defeat him to be able to further corrupt a Vaal unique, modifying it in unpredictable ways. One of the mods of this unique will be removed and replaced with another random mod. For example, this Soul Mantle. It gives you an additional totem, but lowers your totem's life and curses you when they die. By using the machine, this could result in a terrible item if you remove the good mod, but also some amazing items if you replace the downside. Now, one extra thing to mention about these Vaal crafting machines. You don't have to take the items you want to craft into the temple. If you don't have the item you want to craft with you at the time, then clicking this button will allow you to create a currency item instead, allowing you to do the craft later or trade it if you want.
Wow.
Now, there are all sorts of interesting rooms you can find in the temple, but the last one I want to show you today is the Flesh Surgeon. A Vaal Flesh Surgeon can be leveled up by placing him next to a high-level synth flesh lab.
Keep saying flesh.
But be careful. The Flesh Surgeon has some rather unpleasant
Ew.
experiments in his personal lab. Afterwards, you might notice the surgery table just sitting there. The Vaal are great at crafting items. Why not do some crafting on yourself? After laying down, you'll be asked which limb you'd like to replace. Left arm, perhaps your right leg. Each limb can get a different set of random bonuses, so choose wisely.
Bruh,
After getting up from the
what?
table, try out your new limb. It seems to work fine, and even perform better than your normal one. Now, there is
What?
just one thing with replacing body parts. If you die and are resurrected, your body will return to its natural state.
Ah, interesting.
You might need to return to the
That's
Vaal
cool.
Surgeons if you want another robot arm, and maybe get a better one next time.
I actually really like that. It makes deaths like really matter.
Some
this
rooms,
league.
like the Commander, can give you a new type of
A
reward.
lot of people might not like that. but I like it.
Medallions that can be used to manipulate the temple in other ways. Using a Queeperlatl's medallion will allow you to artificially boost a room, even if it doesn't meet the normal requirements to level up. And a Huatalotli's medallion will stop rooms from destabilizing when you complete a temple, allowing you to guarantee getting a reward a second time. Great if you want to stock up on double corrupts.
Yeah, no shit.
Now, with all that aside, time to face the Architect, and you will be in for a fight.
And this isn't even the final boss.
Once
That's
defeated,
Aziri.
you will find another console that can be used to modify the temple. But this one is special. It allows you to place new types of rooms with specific rewards. There are rooms with specific uniques, special runes, and currency. But also a few other, more niche crafting experiments. Like this one, that can extract the socket balls back out of an item at the cost of destroying it. Now, something really important is every league we release a significant amount of content for the endgame. In order to make sure that the Fate of the Veil works well for late game players, we've added many mechanics to make sure that you can scale the difficulty and rewards to match.
Okay.
Getting some rooms to level 3 adds extra mods to the entire dungeon, and these stack with each other. So in endgame, when you can get some really big temples, you can generate a challenge that can even match the strongest of characters.
Let's go.
We also start to introduce ways to store up energy for the temple, allowing you to save up many runs so you can do them later at your leisure, and not interrupt your mapping too often. Now,
GGG
in
are
each
gods.
league, it's important that we have a new pinnacle boss to test your character's might. In the Fate of the Veil, you will get to face Exile while she was at the peak of her power. One of the rewards you will gain by defeating the Architect is the ability to place the Royal Access Chamber. Once connected to your temple, you can visit it to finally reach the Queen
Guys,
of
I'm
the Veil
hyped.
herself.
I don't know about y'all.
This fight takes place at a critical moment in history, right as Exile communes with the beast's power and takes her true corrupted form.
The four are back.
Now, we are not going to show you the whole fight, but we will tempt you with one of the rewards. This is Exire's rule. This staff gives additional levels to all of your corrupted gems and lets you trade life for extra damage. But in addition to that, while using the staff, mirrors of refraction will constantly appear on the battlefield. Any projectile you fire at these will split into a nova, and they can chain from one to the other. So, that's the Fate of the Veil League.
So,
But we are also bringing the previous league, Rise of the Abyssal, into the core game, along with a few changes.
knew that.
Now, for those of you who haven't seen what happens when a league is over, it's important to understand that you will not be seeing abysses in every area anymore. Rise of the Abyssal is now one of the league mechanics that can show up randomly in endgame. If you want to specialize in running abysses, there is now a tablet that will allow you to add them to any map you run. You can also craft the tablet to add abyss-specific mods to enhance how they function. Now that Abyss is core, it also needs its own Atlas tree. You can gain your first points by completing an Abyss.
That
But there
Atlas
are
tree
more
looked
available
exactly
for
the
doing
same.
depths
It
and
looks a
killing
little bit
certain
different,
bosses.
but not too
And there are a
enough.
bunch of different options. You might just want more monsters and bosses. But you can also make finishing an Abyss have a chance to overrun a nearby map with the Abyssal. Or make your Waystone modifiers also apply to Abyssal depths.
Okay.
You could specialize in the interaction with other leagues, or specialize in a specific Abyssal faction. One of the important elements that we have heard loud and clear is that needing to do Abyss crafting on Waystones is quite annoying. So, we have removed that.
Let's go.
In fact, we have removed instilling from Waystones as well. This mechanic
King
felt
Kongor!
mandatory on maps because it boosted the value of all other content. But it was both annoying to do.
Oh, they just
and
straight up
resulted in a
removed
lot of
it.
Visual clutter. Instead, we are bringing back some of that power on tablets, which you don't need to craft nearly as often, since they last for 10 maps each. Once you defeat the Arbiter of Ash, you will be able to upgrade tablets to a rare with 4 mods using regular currency. Even this isn't enough to fully bring back the power you could have gotten from instilling, so we have also buffed the bonuses that tablets give. Going forward, we're not going to be adding any more crafting directly to Waystones outside of the basic currency, because it adds too much micromanagement. But on that note,
Wow.
Fate of the Vaal does bring the ability to corrupt your
Wow.
tablets, hoping to get one of many different random outcomes.
That is such a big systematic change.
with
That
regard
is
to
so
Delirium Fog,
awesome.
Even though you shouldn't have to have it on every map anymore, we still did want to make it less visually annoying. Delirium Fog has been toned down significantly,
Yeah,
so you
boy.
won't feel like you're just playing in a sea of grey.
GGG are
Another
the
big
goats.
source of problems in the endgame is the feeling of getting overwhelmed with monsters. In 031, we reduced the number of monsters in early endgame in order to help with this, but still scaled up the number of monsters to previous levels by the time you got to tier 15. Well, after letting this simmer for a while, we are still getting this kind of feedback. So we are no longer going to scale up the number of monsters you go as you get deeper into the endgame.
What?
Instead, we are scaling up the difficulty and rewards by the same amount. So to be clear, instead of increasing the number of monsters by 40%,
I like
they will
density.
instead drop 40% more items, grant 40% more experience, and have 40% more life. In addition to all
That's
the
a
normal
Thorns
scaling
buff.
they get,
Ironically,
higher level.
that's a Thorns buff.
This only applies to regular monsters, not bosses. We have also reduced the speed modifiers that monsters can get sometimes, which also helps a lot with this. Now, we did have a large amount of content for endgame planned for 040, but unfortunately we just didn't get time to finish it. The scope was a bit too large, and so we would need to wait until 050 for that. But rest assured, there will be a ton of upgrades for the existing leagues, as well as new pinnacle bosses, and a significant
So we're not getting a
overhaul to
full
the
endgame
Atlas passive
rework.
tree coming soon.
Oh.
Now, another problem that becomes a much bigger issue in the endgame is game performance. And we
Big.
have done a lot of work here. The primary issue is
That looks
CPU
very
load.
different.
And to address that, a lot of things have been optimized. And we have done a lot of work to take advantage of more of your CPU cores.
Let's fucking go.
You
Hell
should
yeah.
see frame rates of at least 25% higher. And a
Good
lot
job.
less bad frame spikes during gameplay. It does make quite a big difference.
Yeah, that looks
especially
insane.
on consoles. A lot more work in this area is ongoing, and you will continue to see performance improvements over the next few months. Of course, another important area is game balance, and we have made a lot of changes. Now, most of these we will save for the patch notes, but I'll do a quick summary of some of the numbers. As well as adding 11 new unique items, we have rebalanced dozens of others that are not currently used very often. We've also done a pass over lineage supports. 21 of them have been rebalanced.
Let's
As well
go.
as adding 9 more. Alongside the 2 new Druid ascendancies, we have made balance changes to almost all the others, with some of them getting a greater rebalance, such as the Smith of Katava. Alongside the 20 plus new Druid skills, we've also rebalanced 90 other active skills across all the different classes. And to top it all off, there are also over
Passive tree?
250 new passive skills added to the passive tree. These changes should go a long way to increase the viability of many more skills, uniques, and overall build
What am I
variety
playing,
that
you
can tackle our
guys?
most challenging content. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs.
Look at that beetle.
The Precursor and Kalgurin packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression.
They do,
anyway.
though. Looking cooler impacts everything.
The Precursor series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. First up, the Marble Statue character
That
effect.
looked cool.
Once you finally stay still for a moment, a podium rises up out of the ground to immortalize you, turning your skin to marble. When you next move, the stone crumbles around you, The precursors had mastery over gravity manipulation. So too can you, now with the Gravity Well portal. Witness the power of its pull as you approach it. Draw in enemies with your own gravitational pull with the Awakened Precursor armor set.
That's cool.
The Precursors designed and built many mysterious ancient beings. This one used to serve as a scout that would patrol and tase intruders. Why salvage gear yourself when the Master of the Forge can do it for you? Molten gold spills out as the Forge Master breaks down your items. The Relic of the Precursor's map device is a mysterious machine that sits atop ancient colossal statues.
Sure, it looks neat.
It keeps track of the number of charges consumed on your Precursor tablets used in the device. The Kalguran Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Guys, did you hear how many skills he said is getting
skill in
reworked?
astronomy.
How many
Being
uniques
able
are getting
to track
rebalanced?
cosmic events with absolute precision.
How can I even know what I'm
Harnessing that
playing?
skill, with the Astronomer's level up effect equipped, you too can now see exactly how long it took you to level up as it outputs the time in chat. The time taken to reach your last 3 levels is also displayed on the item, so you can link it when you have a time you're proud of.
Oh, I guess
Crush
that's
unique
cool.
enemies by unleashing the wrath of the lost Kalguran
Yeah,
fleet,
I need the patch
led
notes
formerly by
ASAP.
Captain
Like, I'll
Hartman
hang out
himself.
for the Q&A for like an hour, but if we don't get the patch notes
Kalguran
soon, I'm probably
seafarer
going to end stream,
needs
you know,
armor
after
fit
like
for
an
the
hour.
treacherous seas of Rayclast.
I really want the
This
patch
set has you
notes.
covered with the classic tricorn.
Yeah, the
and,
250
of course,
passages is
a
insane.
piggy.
Like, there's a good chance
The
some of those are
lost treasure weapon
thorns,
skins
right?
top
Like,
off your appearance of a true raider of the seas.
and he
These
said
gilded weapons
so
can
many
be applied to
uniques got
wands,
rebalanced.
two-hand
Hopefully one
maces,
of those is a
and
Thorns
shields.
unique. That, like, we bitched about so many of the Thorns uniques not
After
being
a
greatly
long day of
balanced.
plundering loot, retreat to
Like,
the Kraken's Cove.
There's so many
hideout,
question marks.
a
That,
home
like,
of some of the most deadly ocean-dwelling creatures in Rayclast.
plus they added new
Many
spirit
ships have
support
met their demise
gems.
here.
They rebalanced all the lineage gems.
What better to accompany you in Kraken's Cove than a Kraken itself? Replace your stash with a dormant Kraken, waiting for its prey.
Yeah, that's what
As
I
you
dude.
approach,
I
it will
predicted that.
awaken and terrify both you and any guests in your hideout.
Sorry, Ward. I predicted that on
Alongside this,
the
an extra
podcast. I said
stash skin item will be
2027
granted
release,
to
and
you.
Miso and Try
And
laughed
when
at me.
placed, will automatically
I
open
called
to any stash
2027
tab
release
set with
too,
the
though. It's
currency
not
affinity
launching in
to
2026.
help having to navigate through your tabs. Additionally, any microtransactions
It didn't
from
look
these
like it,
supporter
Danny.
packs
It looked like
will
the
be
old
made available
Atlas.
for use in Path of Exile 1.
He said that a lot of the endgame rework got
Thank you
delayed to
very much for all
0.5.
your ongoing support.
He removed
We're
thorns
just
from
about to
uniques. I
start
mean,
the Q&A
that would
with
make my
Ziggy D.
decision really easy.
Afterwards, at 11 a.m. NZ time, we'll post the patch notes.
So
With
2
release
hours
at the
from
end of
now,
next
patch
week,
notes.
Our community team will be posting crucial information.
I don't know if I'm
you'll
going to be
need
streaming for
the
another
release.
2 hours, you
Keep
guys.
an eye on the news.
We'll see.
Thanks
might
for
go
joining
play-
us today and checking out
I might
our latest
play
developments.
some practice of the Wind
We're
Dancer.
looking forward to playing alongside our fellow shapeshifting exiles, all while uncovering Lost Val secrets by doing some dungeon
I'm
craft.
really hyped for the League mechanic.
We'll
that
begin
looks
the
fun
Q&A
to me.
shortly, so
I love
please
that kind
get
of
your
shit.
questions ready.
Yeah, spell totems look crazy, dude. Like, spell totems alone could be like... Okay, what was the name of that druid ascendancy?
Welcome back, Exiles, to the Q&A portion. I am
Occultist?
your host, Ziggy D, and today we're going to
If
be
I'm League
touching
starting
on the design
Thorns,
of the Druid and the fate of the Vile
it
League,
might
while
be
we
on
have some community
Occultist.
questions. Then we'll deep dive into endgame,
Oracle,
balance,
sorry.
and
Oracle.
other game design topics. I am, of course,
Thorns,
joined
Oracle?
by game
That might be my
directors
jam.
Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts. How you guys going today?
Oh, very good. I mean, you know, it's been a great one to work on this one. Like, I've
They're
really
the
enjoyed it.
goats.
So yeah, it's definitely great to see you again. And it feels like it's only been like no time at all since the last time you were here with the PoE1 release.
You're
It
not
feels like
Shaman,
only
not
several
Shaman, the
weeks,
other
and
one.
that's
Oracle,
pretty
Thornicle.
accurate.
Oh,
See you
Thornicle!
twice as
Danny,
often now, so that's fine.
you
Yeah,
nailed
we're
it.
around every 2 months or so
Thornicle.
now, roughly, so that's great. I love
We're
it.
League starting
Let's keep
Thornicle.
going. So I do have to open with this though. Is like Druid looked a little bit weak, I think, in the demonstration video today.
Yeah, I think one of the issues that we have is like we're so concentrating on like just demonstrating how the mechanics work that we sort of forget to be like, okay, let's actually make sure the damage numbers that we're doing on this like test character we're filming here
did look
are actually, like, in
ZDPS.
line with what people actually normally
It
expect.
did look
so, yeah,
ZDPS.
there's just a few things there that we probably should have caught and made a little stronger there. But yeah, when you actually play it, it's certainly from the alpha feedback incredibly powerful. Like
Yes.
you know, the like, you know, we were seeing some people say, oh, you know, the wolf looks weak or whatever. Well, I can assure you that on alpha there's a bunch of people saying the wolf is super OP. So you know, it just comes down to the things you go through in order to demonstrate.
I want to be on alpha.
Probably going to be worthwhile. We make some videos showing a bit more of the less demonstraty side and get them posted and stuff this week. Because honestly, you can just play it literally right now, and it's you know.
Yeah, I've definitely been playing and recording a bit myself because I was like, when I first watched it as well, the draft, I was thinking, it's like I don't really get a feel for what it feels like to actually play it. Like, there's good demonstration here of the mechanics, but yeah, I can understand how from your perspective it'd be pretty easy to be like, oh, I want to communicate how this cool thing works. And this
I want
cool thing
Ziggy D on
There's
our
a fine line
podcast,
there
by
for
the
sure.
way.
Where if you get
He's
too
like one of our
hectic, people
dream
are like, I don't
guests
even know
is
what's
Ziggy.
going on. I'm just they're just looking at a ruckus. And then, yeah, in this case, let's say we went on the a little too far on the other side of the
And
line.
of course, we
just
want
a
the
bit too
devs.
slow,
We want
and,
these two as well.
As a result, yes, it can look a bit weak, but
yeah, I think we'll try and get some like raw druid gameplay out to people to kind of understand. I think particularly for this class, because of the shape-shifting stuff, it's so hard for us to. Normally, we can look at something and be like, "Oh, that's just a demonstration." We kind of know what it would look like at endgame. But I think with the druid, it's just so unusual. It's so different that it's actually hard to judge what it would feel like to even play it. And I'm happy for my hands-on to say that like it's almost immediately like very smooth the shape shifting of it, the movement of it, especially because like
so glad
in
it's
demonstrations
instant.
you're not really using dodge roll sprint that sort of thing as well, which makes a big difference.
I suppose one of the things we didn't really dwell on in the video as well is that we do actually have dodge roll. I mean, they're not actually rolls for the animals, but yeah, all the animals can like hop around and that kind of stuff. And that was honestly one of those things that was like kind of funny because initially we actually had it so when you dodge roll, you would transform back into a human. And the reason we did that is because it's really hard to make animations for animals that like actually work correctly. Like we actually thought it was impossible, but then when we actually put it on alpha, there was the kind of visceral reaction of I want to still be a bear, like, you know, while I'm hopping around. So we ended up having to like work out like how can we make this possible? How can we make it so that you can actually do the dodge rolling as an animal? And that sort of ended up being pretty good, I would say.
And this was like clearly the hardest class to design so far, and it took a bit longer. Like I think you were originally hoping to bring it out in a previous expansion.
Yeah, quite a while ago. But the thing is with it is that it's kind of like designing 4 classes in one, because not only do you have the situation where like obviously we want to have synergy between skills and stuff like that, and we can like look at that in a normal class and work out what those might be. But with this class, people want to be able to play just as a bear or just as a wolf, as well as people who want to play like dual with a human and a wolf, or people who just want to be a wolf and a bear, and like all the different combinations. So we had to kind of come up with a way for like each line needs to be self-sufficient and it's got all the tools that you need. But at the same time, you have to not have it so it feels like there's just duplication between them. We're like, oh, like this is just the same thing as what a bear has, but you know, you are a wolf instead. So we kind of have to like, it's like you need all the tools, and yet you also need to have them feel different. And that just made it really, really tricky to get all of the things right with it. And then it didn't also help that, since the last time we were working on the Druid, way back when we showed it off in Gamescom 2023, we had WSD. And that is a whole other complication because, you know, like how can we make that work with the animal forms? It's like a whole thing. You know, like I'll tell you the wyvern, for example, like we had a hell of a time making it so that you could do the ranged attacks because you need to be able to walk while you're doing it. The wyvern's sitting there with its arms like planted on the ground, you know, like being able to walk while also spinning it. Yeah, it's like we went through so many iterations of that. So yeah, it was just a very tricky class overall, like just crazy.
I remember seeing some very goofy looking like wyvern like months and months ago.
Yeah,
were, like,
really no Piz? Are people upset?
Well,
I'm so hyped.
For a long time,
I'm so excited. I'm hyped, man.
It looked really silly. And like, man, the wolf as well. I mean, it was really hard to get right, and because one of the things we really wanted to avoid. Was,
okay. I was gonna say I doubt DM was DMing. DM's the best. He's coming on our podcast next week, by the way.
The feeling of, like,
yeah, I
this is
mean,
a different animal, which I think with the bear and the wyvern,
I've decided
way
to just tune that
wolf,
stuff
it's
out.
like,
No Piz.
it's really
It's never gonna
hard
change.
not to just go back into that. So we had a lot of questions about like what even the locomotion was. How does it walk? Are we going to walk on 2 legs? Are we going to walk on 4? We ended up splitting the difference. You can do both.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm
going to
watch the Q&A, guys. The Q&As are never for me.
when you're walking, you run.
If
on
we have
four,
2
you actually
hours
do
till
get a speed
patch
boost
notes.
while you're on 4 legs. Like
Maybe I go
as a
play
wolf,
a game.
so after like 1 second,
Or I
of
just end
walking,
stream,
you
we'll see what
go down on
happens.
4 legs, you start moving a bit faster. So yeah, it's pretty
Actually,
cool.
an interesting thing there, I don't think is each form technically has a kind of passive benefit.
Right.
So obviously you got the running fast as a wolf.
I'm excited. I was
can't remember
grinning
exactly
the
what
entire
wyvern ones
reveal.
were, but like for the bear, for example,
I'm
'cause
so
you're just a
hyped,
bit
man.
bigger.
I'm
you know,
so
a bit of a
fucking
tank. Yeah, you actually do get armor.
I have no
and,
idea what I'm playing right
armor
now,
applies
like-
to elemental damage as a thing, and like
Holy
there's
shit.
Kinda, which is like honestly,
250 new
The bear
passives?
keyword is like undescribed everywhere.
Well, it was even more than that because I was just looking at it in game.
I think
form.
we're league
The,
starting
bear has,
Thornicle,
like,
though.
Passive endurance charge generation.
I think we're
Yes,
league
it does.
starting
Rage
So,
expenditure.
from rage expenditure, it does.
I was like, that's so cool.
yeah. So we really wanted to make sure that each of the different forms had things that can benefit the other forms. So like it was really tricky to think like, what are resources that a bear can generate? What are the resources the wolf can generate? What are the ones the wyvern can generate that the other ones can then use in order to kind of get that cross synergy? So yeah, that's kind of like one of the reasons why we had to kind of come up with all that stuff. And that part of the trickiness.
And that caught me by surprise as well, because like technically it's mentioned, but I never really fully understood the idea that you can swap between the forms, like human to animal and back. Yeah, I figured that's what's going on here. But but you can like leap in as a wolf and then immediately transform to a bear mid slam. As
You
you're, like,
absolutely
slamming
can.
the
So
ground, like,
the thing with this is that you want to present a fantasy.
Oh,
to
I
someone
definitely
as far
think
as, like, what
Thorn's
the UI
bear is
pushing
gonna be
you
a
towards
thing.
and all that
Like,
sort
I'm
of stuff. There are
probably-
going to be a lot of people who are like, I want to be a bear, and they just pick bear stuff and they go all bear, right? But at the same time, we're unconstrained in the sense that you can pick all the other stuff. You can use
I'm
it at the same
probably
time. So
doing
one
Thorn's
talisman, like
Oracle.
effectively, when you pick on a talisman from like
What
wolf,
I just
bear, or
heard
wyvern,
sounded so
what that's giving
insane
you is the
that there's
default
no
attack, right?
way
That's what you're actually
Thorn's
picking,
gonna
and
get
that's
some
all it is,
love.
right? And that often
So-
will guide you, like what skills you're picking and so on. But you can just use with that same talisman as many different animal skills as you would like, and that just means that you've got that sort of free flowing, like trying out different stuff, sort of combo gameplay that we.
That sounds so
like try and get. So
I want to
obviously there
league
will
start
just be a
my
lot of people who just
Bulletstorm
pick one
Witch
thing,
Hunter,
right? Like, I
but
absolutely
this
expect
sounds
that.
so fun with the
But,
werewolf, the
there's a lot of
shape-shifting
experimentation
that
to do there if you want to do it.
I have
so
to
you've
play
tried
it
to hit,
first.
like,
Like I don't have a choice.
making it so like people who just want like a simple straightforwards, like I just want to run out as bear and slam the ground, like that's.
It sounds like they put a
something
lot
very
of effort
possible
into
there.
Thorn's
But
druid,
also
or the druid,
with this whole
excuse me, and
class, you have the problem
shapeshifts.
of, how do we
And it
make, like,
feels
a
like it would be a
spellcaster
mistake
and
to
melee
not play it
attacker,
first.
But shapeshifter as well. I mean, this class has got a bit of everything.
For sure.
How did you make all that kind of like work together and solve that build problem of like, how do you actually scale these things together in a way that just one thing isn't way better than everything else?
Right. Well, I mean, it's always tricky.
Later,
and Mark's
TJ.
obviously the one who handles a lot of the balance stuff. But I can see, even just from a design perspective, so I just throw over the fence all my horrible stuff, and then you're like, how the hell am I going to balance this? But effectively, like, so even with the spellcaster side, so one of the things we initially wanted with the spellcasting is a lot of it's like over time type effects that, so for example, with the
watering plants,
volcano being the really obvious one, right? Like you can create this thing, and then you can turn into an animal and do other stuff at the same time. So we needed on the human side a lot of things that last for a long time. But the problem you then run into when you actually go to balance the thing is like, okay, well, if you've just got like 5 damage over time style spells, why not just cast all of them and then you don't have to ever do anything else, right?
The
Like, so it's like that
Oracle
kind of stuff is really hard. So
added
then you
like
have
a
to start
bunch
thinking,
of
okay,
passives.
we want to
Like
make it so that you cast a long term.
there's gonna be builds only oracles can do. So like I feel like I have to go oracle
so
first.
for example, with the tornado, it's got a similar mechanic to the little twisters that the hunters have, where ground effects can empower
like
it with,
there's so many other ascendancies that will work well with these druid stuff.
And so
but
then we're like, okay, well, if the animal forms
Oracle
are the ones that can
happened to be
create
the
ground
coolest
effects,
fucking ascendancy they
then
could have
that means
made.
that you're kind of like, you're going to want to do, like, to mix that with the tornado, you now have to have
Like
the
my
both the
hand
animal
is
forms and
forced.
the spellcaster stuff if you want to get all of that together. So it's just a lot of that thinking about how can an animal form aid a spell, how can a
like
spell
I don't
aid an
have a
animal
choice
form, like,
but
all
to
the way
play
through.
Oracle
And,
first.
then,
like
yeah, as I said,
it doesn't
we
matter
throw
if
fence and
my
then tries to work out what
witch
kind
hunter
of
got
numbers can actually
$1,000.
It's a weird.
I'm going
of
Oracle.
Infinite difficulty, right? Because like we're talking about the 4 forms within the class, but each of these skills also synergizes with every other class and every other skill in the game, and it just it's becoming growingly more complicated. But that's also what's fun about the game and what all the things you can unlock and the
Like I'm
crazy
league
builds
starting
you can
Oracle.
do,
Like
but-
I have to.
Yeah, I mean, like this week's focus has been like, okay, we had all the, like during our alpha testing and internal testing, we had like, there was the, I want to be all forms going between. There was the, I just want to be wolf, I just want to be bear, I just want to be a dragon. And now we're getting a lot more of, I just want to cast nature plant skills and do plant stuff. And so it's like, okay, well, how do we make that work? Well, because they're quite long duration, so we're having a bunch of complexity with that as well. And it honestly just, it does just spiral into like, oh my god, there's 20 million variables here. But it's fun. And at the end of the day, as long as it is honestly fun to play, then honestly we're golden. So, you know, I would say we're pretty much there on almost everything with this class. I'd actually say we're a little bit more prepared than normal. We've had a lot of testing.
I mean, that's part of why I want to start
despite
my Witch
that,
Hunter, Danny,
partly
so I
because
can
it's
make
been in
myself
the
a bunch of
works for so
elite
long.
currency.
But yeah, it's, I don't know. Like,
I don't know,
ultimately pretty
Oracle.
fun. I'd say there's still something, obviously there's still more to do. There's obviously always more to do. But yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of enjoyment. I saw yesterday, I was just like walking past someone's computer and, you know, someone was mentioning like, yeah, it's just fun placing 6 volcanoes and then just slamming on them. I was like, all right, sweet, you do you. Like, that's fine.
I was definitely enjoying obliterating bosses in bear form, like with dropping tornadoes, and there's the totem which you can summon in animal form.
Yep.
And then you're putting fishes down and they're exploding, and you're putting extra.
Well, I
things
did
on
end
the
up
ground,
taking
they're exploding,
donations
and
from viewers
there's
for my
definitely
Righteous
some,
Fire
boss
Roa build,
deletion
so I have
going
done
on
that
there.
before.
Even just walking past the just mini entangles going out, and then there's that plant support gem. I'm like, all right, it's putting the new.
I see chat being like, no, Zig, you don't get it nerfed. I do have to admit that I did already get one thing, let's say fixed.
Okay.
There was a thing that was like double generating rage, so I'm like, I don't know if this is intended.
Right.
And like, no, the designer said that's probably not intended. Thanks, Ziggy. I'm like,
I don't know. I
Sorry,
we'll see where
guys,
that goes, because I was like, no, that's fine.
this is a fish.
It made it to me,
Yeah,
and
this
I was
is a
like, no,
Fisher thing.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because it generates rage when you first slam, and then the
So-
fishes, every time they pulse, it generates rage. I'm like,
Oh, really?
yeah.
Oh, shit, I didn't even know that.
Because like the totem's making it pulse, and that's generating rage. Each time. I'm like, that
Okay,
doesn't
no, that's interesting.
seem
That's very
intentional.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I love that because that's.
Well, we do have a
ridiculously
Thorns guild,
powerful.
Danny,
It feels
so-
like way permissive. I was
Right.
like, this feels
I
illegal.
might have to
but that's
start
like-
a
You gotta
different
let a
guild
few
though for
things in
like
there that
build
feel
funding.
illegal.
It's doing what the skill says.
I may not have. Maybe
Because
I
that
didn't
would
put it.
definitely help for, like,
cool.
end
I
of
don't know.
league
They might have
stuff.
changed it. I'll find out afterwards. I just throw my opinion in there. I don't want to necessarily be like, you know, I try and make sure with a lot of these balanced discussions, it's not like, you know, I'm just an authority on the matter. I want to actually discuss these things through, because maybe it isn't actually fine, but you know, my first instinct is like, yeah, like let it run wild. Like, what's the problem? You know, so
Yeah, you gotta.
we'll see what happens. But whatever. They don't know what the problem is, so don't worry. Oh, now they do. Thanks, you've ruined it. Now people will know if it changed, and now.
Yeah, they'll see the thing not generating rage, and yeah, let's see that line of text. Now that's the Ziggy line of text. I'm developing a reputation now. It's just helping finding bugs. It's okay. So, like the shapeshifting stuff comes from this trinket. The talisman?
Yeah, the animal talisman.
And is there any limitation to just kind of like putting that on another class and just say like, I am playing my Mace Marauder or my
Yep,
Quarterstaff Monk, and I want to do a wolf leap slam that marks targets.
You can do it. In
Okay,
fact, it was one
cool.
of the things initially that you know, it's funny with the audio team, because initially like, oh, we want to record like bear lines for
Yes.
for the druid the whole time,
voice.
and I'm like, hey guys, remember, anyone can turn into this animal. You're actually going to commit to every single class is going to have like three different extra versions of every single line the character can deliver.
Maximum effort.
Makes
It's like,
sense.
yeah, that's a bit tricky. So we ended up going with a voice mod in the end. But yeah, that was one of those.
It's like their kind of their thoughts. I think it shifts to. It almost sounds like, to me, that's what it sounds like. They're like, they're thinking it or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, it would have been completely impossible to record every single line an additional 3 times
like,
for every
all
character
right,
class.
voice actors, everybody come back and we need to roar like a bear.
Exactly,
What?
exactly. But yeah, effectively, every class can be an animal. It's exactly the same as the end of the weapon restriction. Ultimately, being a bear is the same as having a mace, which may sound a little bit odd, but that is actually, you know, how it works and what allows, you know, having.
Whoa. I didn't even think about that. Wait, so you can use mace skills while in bear?
No. What I meant was is that it's the same. I mean, it's the same in the sense that it's just a weapon.
Keep
type,
up,
right?
Ziggy.
Like,
Yeah,
you know,
right,
like,
okay.
yeah.
Damn it, now we have to make that possible.
Well, I mean, you know, you can.
Yeah,
kind of-
Cyclone Bear,
It's
dude.
unique
But,
item territory for the future.
Yeah, well, yeah, it often gets talked about like the idea of like, oh, why are
stuff.
things like so weapon locked? And I've always maintained the position that you guys want to kind of do that as much as possible initially, and then in the future you can blur the lines a little bit. Like there's maybe in the future you're like, oh, well, maybe this skill has a way of crossing over.
We can do, but the thing is, a lot of the identity of a weapon type really comes a lot from what it can do, and so that's kind of the main reason why we do it that way. But yeah, but the thing is as well with the weapon swapping, I mean, you can still use skills from different elements. Of class,
We have not had
different,
Prada on, but
weapons and
he's
things.
Well,
really
the
good
thing is,
friends
like,
with
it's funny that you mentioned that with the bear because
Rabbit, and
like
I
definitely
love
some of the bears,
Prada.
I noticed parallels
Miso
between
loves
some of
Prada,
the
so
skills and some of the
it'll happen
mace
before
stuff, and
long,
I
I
can see
imagine.
absolutely
I love
combining like
Prada.
this bear skill that places fishes with the other stuff on the mace that triggers the fishes. Like there's like very obvious like cross synergy build.
Well,
Yeah, weapon
they're adjacent
swaps.
classes, right? I mean, you've got like strength versus strength int. Like we want to be able to make sure that some of those key elements.
Thoughts
do,
on the reveal?
like,
I loved
crossover
it.
Just so that to open up the way to
I
have
loved
synergy
it.
between the different classes more easily.
Yeah.
Well, as you get more classes and more skills, you obviously get an overlap
I'm
of
so
the kind of
hyped.
mechanics and keywords and stuff, you know, iterating, and thus they will always cross synergize.
Oracle
and,
looks insane to
where
me
there still will be new
as
things
a
that
build
class offers,
maker,
yes,
so
there's always
I'm
gonna be
very
a bunch of
hyped to
stuff
try
that
out
they
Oracle.
use that will,
The idea of an
interact with all the
ascendancy that
other
has
sorts.
its
Yeah, and I
entire
made a
own
plant
passive
from
tree,
plant that grow from
essentially.
rain, and there's a
Yep,
plant
yep.
keyword
That's
that helps
crazy
with
for
burn as a
build
keyword.
makers.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's interesting actually those ones because
So I'm
they,
league starting
they're-
Oracle
they're
probably.
completely opposite sides of the tree. You've got Dex versus Strength.
Oracle just,
and that's been a
like,
little bit hard to kind of like
it
get
threw
the-
all my
the
plans
way
out the
mechanics should go
window.
on one side versus the other.
Like-
so where we ended up going is that the nature.
I don't even know if it'll be
side of
Thorns
things for plants
Oracle.
on the,
It'll just be
strength
Oracle.
int,
It'll probably
it's
be
like
Thorns
you've got
Oracle
poison
just
on
to
the dex
like
side versus
as
the,
a
like, just
starting
pure
point,
natured,
but
like physical damage spells on the
Oracle
on
is
the
all
strength
I'm
int
thinking
side.
right now.
But that's been fun though because now it's been. It's actually been really
'Cause
fun
that
designing
ascendancy is
supports
crazy to
because,
me.
You know, the more classes we have, the
That seems
more
like
we
a
start to think,
cartoon
okay, like
ascendancy,
here's
you
a
know, it's
support
like
for something obscure. How can we make it so this can
too
apply to some
good
other
for
kind of
the
thing on
game,
opposite
too,
side of the
like,
tree where,
game
maybe got some
breaking.
interesting interaction. So there could be some kind of like.
And you don't know if
thing where
Oracle has
growing
specifically
plants
something
as a-
thorns
as-
on
as
it.
a ranger. Could be sort of something. I mean, like I can't say I've tested the potential there myself, but like we made all of that work. All the plants can, you know,
Like,
like
not in the
all
Oracle
have
Ascendancy,
mechanics
but like one of the new
around, like,
passes it
watering
adds
the,
is thorns
the
related. You
rangers
know?
plants is like a thing. They all have ways that works.
I mean, that definitely opens up interesting party options in the
Right, right.
future as well. Like,
It's a thing.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of being like
Okay,
a
you
rainy
have-
druid watering.
It's a thing.
my
It's easily a
partner's
thing. It's not even
points.
hard to
Yeah,
do.
dude,
as well.
the legend,
It's
the
kinda just
unique,
like,
all the
thanks,
stuff they
Druid, to
added
buff
with
poison
uniques and
rangers.
changing corruptions and stuff, the
That's
double
kinda just
corrupts,
what
like all of
happens.
that, like
Yeah,
Foulborn
yes.
stuff,
And
like
the rain buffing lightning skills as well, like increasing.
we didn't get the
shock
Atlas passive tree rework I was wanting.
It's it's
Jonathan said
pretty,
that
pretty
they
wild
did
how much
not
stuff
that
you've just
most of the
changed in
end game
class
rework
here.
was delayed
How
for
did you, like, kind
0.5.
of
Which is
settle on
sucky.
a identity for the
But
wild
everything
ones? Like, people
else,
know what a
I am
bear is,
hyped
people know
for.
what the
It
wolf
looks
is.
cool to me.
And even a lot of the like druid stuff is pre-established.
And
as,
I ain't
like,
gonna
oh,
let the
plants
Doomers
and
get
you
me
got,
down,
like,
that's for
nature and you
sure.
got, like
Yeah,
lifting
yeah.
up the earth, that sort of stuff.
But no,
we
I'm
really
going
wanted
Oracle
to
for
have
sure.
A third form that was a little bit out there in terms of different from what you'd seen
Like,
in
I
another
just-
game.
I'm going
I mean,
Oracle.
obviously, like every game that's got transformations has the bear and the wolf, right? That's just like the staple. But and actually, for that, funnily enough, for that reason, we couldn't not do it.
I'm
There was
actually
a period
kind of
there where we
unhyped
weren't gonna
about
have a wolf
the
because we were a little bit
density
crazy.
changes,
Yeah, it
'cause
was-
I actually
and it was
like
just
high
well,
density,
exactly,
but-
right. that was the reaction. That was the reaction.
Whatever.
Of like all the fairies come out of the
Yeah.
woodwork and like.
I actually like the density. I love being able to explode
Exactly, right?
300
So,
mobs
we'll
on
have a,
screen. But,
yeah, exactly.
I'm sure it'll be
The-
fine.
you know, so,
Especially if it leads
that
to better
was a-
performance, because performance is like the
that was a
biggest
real
issue.
concern. So,
But
we
yeah,
decided
I
that
could
we
see.
needed
I would
something
understand
really
why
that we
people would be
needed-
upset
we
over
needed one
density
that was a
issues.
little
'Cause
bit
I
out
love the
there.
density
And really,
personally.
when we're looking at the,
But the
Bear and
density,
Wolf, it's kind of like we want the slower, harder hitting,
the density just makes
we want the
AoE more
faster
required. I
and,
said it when I
you know,
heard the
like
density
speedy
change.
kind of version, obviously
The
being
density
wolves.
change
We also
is
wanted something that had,
unironically a
some
thorns
range
buff.
elements, you know, and then a sort of more
The density
spellcasting
change is
vibe a little bit more.
unironically probably
And so we
a
sort of thought about it
massive
little bit like,
thorns
what
buff.
animal is range?
Because one of the
Like,
biggest
it's not-
problems
there's
from
not, like,
thorns
Colin
is
and
just
Lon out there that can really
clearing
sort of do that. And so,
wide
yeah,
areas
eventually
of
we settled on
density.
the wyvern. I mean, yeah, someone of course
So-
was like, "How about a dragon?" And we're like, "What the heck? What are you talking about?" But then eventually I
so
thought about it,
stupid.
and it's like, actually, you know what? There's some
Like
potential
thorns
there.
can handle
If you
10 to
suggested me, I
15
told them
mobs
to do
in
it,
a
'cause,
single
like, there's no
strop.
way you could make it look good
Because
and
it just
look
hits
right,
hard
but-
enough, but
But
you don't
yeah,
have
but
good
eventually
AoE clear with
we
thorns
did get
usually.
there.
It actually looks
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
And if you lean into AoE clear, you're going to
But,
give up
yeah,
defenses.
it's,
So
it's kind of a
the
spell
density
blade
change could
almost.
be
Like,
a
it's got bit
nerf
of range
for
stuff, but it's got
a
bit of,
buff for
like,
thorns, but
spell kind of melee.
we'll see how it
kind of
feels.
stuff.
I mean,
And-
as it should be for strength.
the league
yeah,
mechanic
you're
looked
asking what
fun
the
to me.
passive buffs were.
I couldn't
was
wait
looking
to
at
play
it before,
for
it's
it.
like, it's got
They talked about a bunch of
burst,
quality of
freeze,
life stuff that
shock,
looked good
and
too.
Energy regeneration, actually,
Yeah, yeah.
like as well, like energy recharge, I think.
My, it's a shame you knew. The reason I was actually being vague is I knew what they were. I just wanted to change them.
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do something
sorry for my slight disingenuousness.
something cool.
I kind of feel like they shouldn't. I didn't want them to be offensive benefits.
Yeah, they're supposed to be
'Cause
defensive. in
It
nature.
forces you into
right.
certain build
Like a little
types.
bit, yeah.
Whereas, like, if they're utility or defensive, that way they will work across all board. That's my general philosophy. So I was like, I feel like I want to have a go at trying to design the energy shield thing. I don't mind. I wanted to have a go at designing stuff that's more utility or defensive only, and that way you don't feel like, oh, I should have to play lightning or fire because it gets the
Probably
best
this complete
benefit.
mechanic in the
That
main
way,
campaign,
if you
yeah, for
wanted
sure.
to do a kind of weird out there thing, It doesn't feel so
I mean,
bad, but
it depends on what
also
you're
gotta
getting
come up
from
with
it
an idea.
during the campaign.
Nah, I
Like
got
if
no
it's
clue.
dropping lots of
I don't
skill
know, you can play on
gems,
the
support
fact it's
gems, and
got,
stuff, then
like,
it's
you
worth
know,
doing.
wings
But
to something defensive.
more than
for
likely, you're
block
going to want
or
to just start it in
something
endgame
for,
so you can start doing Adziri
you know,
herself,
hard
not
carapace maybe,
low level
or,
stuff.
I don't know, the fact it has wings, something to do with the
so
wings,
much
right?
Dragon Lore to pull from. I got like a book that my daughter. Really
So
likes
they said
to pull Dragon Lore,
250 new
I'll send you
passives,
some ideas.
but how many of those 250 new passives
they hoard
are
gold, right?
Oracle
Gold
specific
mines?
passives?
Yeah,
That's my
like
question.
eight-
Because
eight
that number might be
gold
inflated a
plus
bit.
Oh, there's gold over there. Quick,
Unless that's
shape shift, pick it
250
up,
new
shape shift
passives
back.
like for
No,
anyone to
obviously, I'm
access,
obviously
and
joking,
then
please,
more
I'm not doing
Oracle
that.
passives.
No, please.
But I don't think that's the case. If
Mandatory
there's 250
Dragon Gold
passives
fine build.
and
No,
then
that's
Oracle
fine, that's
passives, then
distinctly
Oracle is
PoE.
like cracked. Like
So the druid is this like strength int class, and with the
and yeah, the
Templar,
corruption
we had the
stuff,
idea
man.
more of,
Like
you've got that armor energy.
let me think
shield
about
stuff.
like the double
That's still
corruptions on the
case here, is that's
unique
the
or
strength
whatever.
int base. But I feel like the energy shield stuff is not as iconic.
Like
to
Crown of the
druid.
Pale King.
How have you incorporated that and made it feel like something that makes sense, or like in what ways have you incorporated that to the druid? I feel like it's not obvious.
Yeah,
I don't know what double corrupt you would want
a little
for
bit
it.
off in terms of the feel there, but at the end of the day, we kind of don't really have many options as far as what we can do. I mean, like that it is important. for
Well,
it
yeah,
to
of course
be-
you could hit a
that it has
downside.
that,
You know, it's the
like,
gamba
armor
of
and
corruptions,
shield
but you
approach.
know.
There's a few sort of interesting, what do you call them, spirit.
I mean, yeah, we
resurrection
just need the
gems
patch
or what we-
notes. We need the patch notes and the passive tree.
that sort of
Hopefully,
interact with that
the
stuff in
scary
a
thing is
good
that the
way, so
passive
there's,
tree
like,
comes
that,
out like an hour before
dark
launch. That
skin,
sucks.
Thing that effectively allows
But
you to
I
take
just like I can
advantage
already
of energy
tell.
shield to generate armor. Like so, when you lose energy shield, you get armor instead.
I'm
and,
gonna
like,
play
it, like, creates
Oracle.
little bits of
Like-
bark on your skin. As you there's like things like that.
That's literally
But,
the
yeah, a
only
little- it's a
thing they
little
could have
bit,
done with an
thematically weird thing.
ascendancy
I
that
think
was
probably
like
the-
hard lock
the-
me
the
into just
weirdest
playing
part
that
about like,
ascendancy.
yeah, you're gonna have energy shield.
Are
as a
you
bear.
kidding me?
It's a bit strange. Like
An
you get hit
ascendancy
as a
with its
bear and then
own
there's a little
unique
energy
passive
shield pop, but I
tree?
mean, yeah, it is what it is. It kind of has to be that way.
That
Well,
means
yeah,
there's
you
going to
have
be
to-
builds
So I suppose
only
you can just
Oracle
go
can
for
really
it,
do.
but yeah.
I feel like because there's like such a range of identities within that one class as well, that you've got the bear maybe that doesn't really align as much with that. There's
Like,
definitely more
I have to
stuff.
play
Yes, you
Oracle
could build-
first.
you could
I
build
don't
more
have a
strength,
choice.
when you, depending what animal
The
form you're
build
playing.
maker in me.
Yeah, whereas like the wide.
It's not about like the enjoyment of the league for me.
And
It's like the build maker
that's
in
why
me
the
cannot
itself
pass
does
up
get
that opportunity to go
benefits
play with
to
something like
energy shield,
Oracle
and the
right
bear does get
away.
the benefits to armor in order to kind of make it so you are like.
So
depending on what animal
Thornicle,
form you're going, there's a
Thornicle,
bit of alignment in the defenses
Thornicle,
there.
Really, it's
Thornicle,
the tree
Thornicle,
that
something like
inspires
that.
and motivates this, right? Like a sorceress could be on the bottom side of the tree and still have the same skill set, and you know, obviously the damage.
I mean,
rates are
we
a
still
bit
have the
weird,
patch
but
notes, right? And the
could
patch
work.
notes might
Is
be
that what
like
you're saying? I mean, that's part of the beauty.
Bulletstorm Witch
of the
Hunter
game
has
as
been
well.
buffed across the board. Then I still go play that,
I mean,
right?
I was actually I had that experience where I was like, because I wasn't really. it
And
wasn't
also, if
clear,
we
I
don't get
was
any Thorns
almost
buffs, like
inventing
if
my own
Oracle
lore
doesn't
there a
look
little
like
bit
it,
where
any of the
I
new
was
ascendancy
picking the
or
regen
passives
from the
buff
druid,
Thorns
and
at
there's
all,
also
then
right there, I'm
it
like,
still might be a
this
second
actually, like,
class, but
you're converting your natural kind of like life regen into energy shield. Like oh, this is kind of the
yeah,
druid
it's just
thing,
like it's
Yeah, I mean,
it's
that
very
is a
much
way
an
for sure. Like,
alternate
Keystone's
version of the
certainly
Witch
pretty
Hunter in my
powerful, and we have a
just
bunch
like
of-
from a build maker
There's-
perspective. It's just like
There's an extra
extra
remember what it is.
tools for
There's
fun.
one-
I
There's
don't
one
know.
that says
It's
do
what I
not
like.
translate on
Yeah,
it, so it's in,
wasn't sure what it
means
does
it's in
yet.
progress.
But maybe I
yeah,
still
we were
do the
playing
Witch
around
Hunter
with
Week
some
start.
trying
We'll have to
some
see. The
armor
patch
and
notes
shield,
decide
hybrid
more.
stuff going on with the keystones there.
We also need to see if, like, you
it was
know,
based
if
on,
Barbs and Quillburst are still
what's it
tier
called?
3 support
Here we
gems,
ones.
then
Is it Divine Shield? Is that the
Yeah.
name of the keystone? I can't remember. Too many names. But you know, it's based on that, but not exactly the same. Like a derivative of that we're trying to get going. But yeah, it's just because I was like, we need more keystones that I feel more druidy, and I know there's a rage one there that is, but embracing the animal ferocity, where it like, what does it do? It's like doubles your maximum rage, but makes you don't get inherent bonuses from rage. So it's like if you really want to do the skills that are rage consumers, like rampage, and you just want to rampage for as much time as possible, you obviously go for that keystone. You lose the benefits of rage, but you get to rampage around for twice as long. You know, so a few things like that we're trying to add that are thematic as well. And I think that's another one of the really cool parts about adding a class is 1/6 of our tree was just filled with just placeholder garbage. Like actually, like there's a giant link thing there. There's no links in the game really. You know, it's like what are we doing with that? You know, it's like, and so I was like, well, that looked like a vine. Just make that a plant thing. And, so now it's a plant thing that talks about overgrown plants. And, but we filled in that whole bit of the tree. And guess what? Now witches and sorceresses have more energy shield stuff on that kind of direction around towards the druid, and warrior has more, and and I don't just mean energy shield, I mean everything, all the mechanics, right? All the int mechanics are kind of there, the strength mechanics, everything. So
it is nice we finally have a class in every different part of the tree, so like we don't have any just like weird open stuff anymore.
Yeah, that area of the tree was a little strange. I mean, it's such a massive tree already, and you're adding more to it, and then like I have to wonder, like, you added this Oracle class. Like, I saw the Shaman one. I was like, yes, this is exactly.
Talk about
what I
Oracle,
expected. When I
please.
saw the Oracle, and you guys had like 100. What is it? 130 extra
so
passives.
130 so far for Oracle.
Like, that seems ridiculous.
It's 130 for Oracle.
That's the best reason you could ask for, right?
Yeah. Bros, I'm league starting Oracle.
I really went through. I only showed 2 examples, but I was like, really want to make sure there's like cool off-spec stuff here. I want to make sure that if you want to be able to get more of a certain thing, this is a way to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it still costs passive points to allocate, right? So
off-spec stuff. Thorns.
Maybe you want some stuff that normally you'd have to go to the deck section for and get
poison,
some projectile related stuff, and now you can get
poison
it up there because it allows for some kind of weird off class, and it was all themed around, if you got to live your life again, what would you change? Like, what different paths would you take? And so it's this interesting, like...
Bro, I'm league starting Oracle. I don't have a choice.
That fits period.
Initially, I always write my little blurbs about them to get them
130 passives.
It's got all the passives not yet added to the game. I thought it was an interesting way of looking at it. Not that that's actually how it is, but I thought it was like a kind of... It's like lessons you learn, you get to now use in advance, kind of. I thought it was just a cool thematic thing that linked to the class, and it's easy, by the way, as designers to see that kind of thing and go, we have a million things to do. Like, is that really, like, that's too much time, too much work, right? And I'm just like,
sad, isn't it?
If we say that about everything, you get nothing cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so it's that, and I mean, even the shamans, like runes revealing hidden powers, like, we're setting ourselves up for a large amount of cumulative time over a while, right? Any rune we add, anything, like, we have to add and consider the shaman stats, and that's another whole axis of things. We have to meta balance every league, and same with the Oracle passives, and every time we change the tree, and like when we eventually add the Templar, we're going to have to relocate all those nodes because that tree's going to get a giant. Now we've got 2.5 classes in one section, but it's worth it. It is actually worth it. You add so many.
What's going on? Why is my internet lagging?
Build so many cool things, and if you don't want to deal with it, just pick another class. It's fine.
Is my stream lagging, you guys?
Or pick other nodes.
Or is that
on the same class? You don't have to take that node. So,
I think this like very clearly communicates that you're
Can't
also
tell
okay
if it's
with
Twitch's
this idea
end or
of there being
mine.
just like hidden cool
No,
stuff
it's
to discover
them?
that you're not going to know ahead of time, because you can't like look at the class options
stop
on
dooming
the
about it.
character selection screen and know what the passives are going to be that are hidden behind the Oracle ascendancy, right? So it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be community tools, and they're going to come up with a way to make that, to the build guides and all that kind of stuff. So like,
I love the secret stuff.
Yeah.
I actually got my secret Abyssal Lich.
Yeah, wild.
It was an actual final secret, and maybe there's more. Well, you want to do more of
that, don't you? I can tell. Look at him. He wants to do more.
Of course, I love it. I love people having cool secret things they can find, and it isn't just like 1000% pre-planned out of the gate. Like, I understand the need to plan. I understand the need to have confidence in a build, and you don't want to go in and realize you've made the wrong decisions
blind.
and stuff
We're
like that,
blindly
for sure,
raw
but
dogging Oracle,
I definitely
man.
want to find that balance where you have that while you also get your cool secrets that you get to add to the game that are fun.
Yeah. I think there's like a couple more chat questions on Druid, but we'll try and move on to the other stuff soon, because I know people want to talk about the other thing. I could talk about Druid all day. I think the design's super interesting here. But some of the questions were that I think people are a bit confused about like the talismans and the forms and how that stuff works. So the talismans are effectively just like another weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
And things like attack speed, movements.
I don't know what's going on with the lag, but I'm probably just going to end the stream there. I don't want to watch 2 hours of the Q&A till the patch notes. I've never been a big fan of, patch notes or the Q&As. I usually wait for the racks recap. I am beyond hyped for this, guys. Keep in mind that Saturday we are doing the podcast. Me and Miso and Dead Rabbit, we will do the podcast on Saturday, going over the patch notes and everything we thought about this review. I am excited as fuck. I'm a little sad, of course, that we didn't get the full endgame overhaul, but it sounds like they just didn't have time, so We'll get it in 0.5 hopefully. But everything that we are getting looks fun to me. I'm excited for the patch notes. I don't know. There's so much cool shit there. There might be a video from me later tonight or tomorrow talking about what my thoughts on the patch notes are and stuff. But yeah, I'm like honestly kind of like, they said that like almost all of the bottom end skills got reworked. They said that all of like a lot of uniques got reworked. Support gems got reworked. Like, I don't know. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. And I'm excited to play Oracle. I went into this thinking I wouldn't care about any of the Druid Ascendancies, and they blew me away with Oracle. So, yeah, I'm just gonna end the stream there, guys, because of the lag of the Q&A. And you know, maybe you'll see me go live again in 2 hours to react to the patch notes, but probably not. I might just do an offline recording for that. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. If I'm not live tomorrow, I'll be live Saturday for the podcast. So, but yeah, I'll be dumping out so much content, updating my builds and giving my thoughts on the patch notes and stuff. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. This was really fun. I love these reveals. Oracle hype, Druid hype. See you guys.